second.
Kings for London! They Colin is coming!
Not a good feeling.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Global Poker League playoffs. My name is Sarah Herring in the city of Sin and I am here outside of the Cube. We have a really exciting day of poker for you today. I, for one, cannot wait. The Montreal Nationals, our #1 seeded team, are going to be taking on the San Francisco Rush in our first game. The Global Poker League playoffs start now.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to the Hacienda Business Park and Self-Storage Units from beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, where we are bringing you the playoffs of the Global Poker League Season 1. I am Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. This is my pop culture and GPL expert, Eric Danis, standing next to me, and we have got 3 days of live cube poker action until we eventually get to the champion of Season 1. Today is the Americas Conference, tomorrow Eurasia, after that, the finals. Eric, how is this all going to work?
Well, first of all, great to see you, Joe. They let us out of the cube,
yes,
right? Hey, nice to see you again, of course.
It's pretty good to see you.
All right.
Too.
It's already started.
It's fine.
Laura's really grown. Hey, let's take a look at this format.
Here on the GPL.
Crazy format here. The Americas Conference start today, as you mentioned, Joe. We will be playing best of 7 matchups, starting with Montreal and San Francisco. As you can see, Montreal, the regular season champion. Nationals do start with a chip bonus. Good for them for playing so well throughout the season. Following this match, this best of 7 match, it would be then time for the Sao Paulo Mets and the LA Sunset. The winner of these 2 matches, Joe, well, they meet up later on today. And the winner of that advances to Thursday's final. If you lose today, you're going home.
Well, I mean, at least you made it this far. But
right.
Also, some people have very nice homes, so
True.
may not be the biggest of deals. And wow, it's $100,000 first place prize for the winning team. We sort of forget about that we weren't playing for anything
right
through the rest of the season. But now is when the real poker starts. Now is when we're playing for that $100,000 first place prize. So what else is going on today, Eric? Who do we have in this first matchup?
Yeah, one thing that's important to mention is that those chip bonuses do double up in the next round. So if you're Montreal, you would start next round with $260,000. That's important to note. And then in the final, each team gets $500K in chips. There is no bonus. Mano a mano.
That's right. We're going to even the playing field for the final. But for right now, the first place team is going into that match with 130,000 chips.
That's right.
To 100,000 for the fourth place team, which those teams are
the Montreal Nationals and the San Francisco Rush. We can announce that there is a little switch in the lineup here. Pascal Lefrançois is on a jet plane, literally on a plane right now. He won't be able to play in this first game. He will be replaced by Timex Mike McDonald. That means that Montreal will incur that 30,000 chip bonus. They will not have that for this first game. So that's important to note. So we'll be starting the McDonald Jaffe match even in the chip. So that's a little disadvantage for them in the first match, in the first game, sorry. We're hoping Pascal gets here very shortly. We have people waiting for him at the airport.
So just to reiterate, Eric, so what should have happened here is the Montreal Nationals should have started with 130,000 chips in this first match to the 100,000 of the San Francisco Rush.
Correct.
But because Pascal or Francois is not here on time, we are taking away that chip advantage, and they're going to start with 100K each.
Right, and when Pascal does show up, if he gets to play, if that match is not over yet, he will still incur that penalty. So basically the penalty is imposed on the player, but since we have Mike Timex McDonald and Marc-Andre Ladouceur here, why not get them to play in that spot?
Is it true that you offered a public spanking instead of the chip deficit, and he went for losing the bonus chips?
Yeah, that was a suggestion by Faraz Jaka, so yeah, it was refuted. So no, not happening.
I'll take it.
All right. Let's take a look at those Rush, right? That's going to be a good team. That Montreal National lineup. Can't wait to see them in action. Of course, we've had some injuries to report in this
really
for both of these teams. So we can get into that a bit later. But first, taking a look at those
spanking
Montreal
related injuries.
None of those things, Joe. We're off to a flying start. And now the starting lineup for your regular season champion Montreal Nationals. From Mont-Saint-Hilaire, Quebec, team manager Marc-Andre Ladouceur. And from Waterloo, Ontario, Mike Timex McDonald.
That's what I'm talking about.
Not in uniform, Martin Jacobson, Xuan Liu, and Jason Lavallee.
All right, so just two players here so far for the Montreal Nationals. Pascal Lafrancois probably would have been there shirtless. Who knows? I guess that's one reason we can be happy he's not here quite yet.
He does like that shirtless shot, yes.
So how's it going to work, Eric, in that so we've got ideally, we would have 3 players out there, and there are 6 games to be played. So we just go bing, bing. 7 games to play, excuse me, up to 7 games.
That's
I guess
right.
It's the first to 4, so the match may be over after 4 games. Yeah. So the way it's going to work is each player cannot play again.
Right, basically
until the whole lineup has played.
Correct. It's a forced rotation. It doesn't mean that you have to follow that rotation, but every 3 games, all players need to have played once, and that forces teams to be very creative, and it really takes a team, the ability from a team just to play one single player throughout for all 7 games. We're trying to sportify poker with these teams, so it would sort of nullify the team aspect of it. So the issue here is, of course, that Pascal Lafrancois isn't here, so Timex takes that spot. But that means that Timex, who plays in Game 3, won't be able to play until... that's a bad example. Marc-Andre Ladouceur is playing Game 2. He can't play until Games 4, 5, or 6, and can only play one of those 3 games.
So after when there's 3 players on your team, after the first 3 games, it's a fresh start all over again.
That's right.
So... Again, ideally, if all 3 players were here, Timex could have finished out the 3rd game, but then started the 4th game.
Correct.
Got it. I'm finally starting to get this whole GPL thing. I think I might be on board.
I think you're good. I think you're getting really good. You might be a Season 2 draft pick.
Hey, I'm available.
He is. We know that. And the starting lineup for your San Francisco Rush. From San Jose, California, Faraz Jaka.
Nailed it.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, Philip Galfond. And from Longmeadow, Massachusetts, Jonathan Jaffe.
Handsome for a man. All right, so we do have 3 players from the San Francisco Rush here as well. So same thing. They can play in any order they want for the first 3 games, then in any order they want for the second 3 games.
That's
and then
Game 7 is a wild card, yeah.
Game 7 can be whoever the bleep you want.
Sort of curious to see that Jonathan Jaffe is choosing to wear shorts in here. And Joe, it was very warm this summer, but very cold right now in the GPL arena. So we'll have to see what type of advantage or disadvantage Jaffe has. That's the sort of in-depth look at this game that we will have.
I mean, that's my analysis isn't going to get much deeper than that. I will say this building, it's fitting because the building, we're here in the desert, and it's kind of like a desert creature, like a snake, if you will. It's cold-blooded in this building. If it's hot outside, it's hot inside. If it's cold outside, it's cold inside. And things have cooled off significantly here in the desert. So Jonathan Jaffe may be doing a little shivering, and not just because he's afraid to face Mike McDonald.
Which, I mean, would be normal if you are shaking against Timex, so we'll see what happens. Speaking of Timex, let's take a look at those stats, Joe. He's won 2 of his 8 matches this year. Now, what's interesting here about Mike McDonald is that he's played 0 heads-up matchups in the GPL. So,
really?
I mean, it is Timex, so I think he'll be fine figuring out this heads-up process. But really had a fine season. Picked up a lot of points for the team. 16% of the team's points did come from McDonald. 53% efficiency rate, which is very, very solid in the GPL. 3.75 points per match. So again, the only intrigue here is that he's not played in a heads-up format in the GPL other than the 2 wins he had there. But again, I think Timex can figure out how to play heads-up inside a cube.
Mike McDonald, pretty good at heads-up.
Pretty good at everything.
I think he's going to be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
We're going to take a look at some more stats, or are we going to talk to...
No, I think I'd like to see his opponent.
Let's do it. Let's take a look at Jonathan Jaffe's stats.
Yeah, Jonathan Jaffe, total opposite to the Montreal National. Jaffe really selected by Faraz Jaka as the team's heads-up specialist. 9 matches played this year. 4 of those wins all coming in heads-up. 33 points, and again, all those points coming in heads-up situations. His only match in 6 max, well, he finished 6th out of his 6 max, so that's not the best. What is good is 20% of the team's points did come from Jonathan Jaffe, who had a really good season, a solid season, and I'm not surprised to see him kick things off for the Rush. Look for him to play a lot in these playoffs.
Now, you said most of these points came from heads-up matches for Jonathan?
I was trying to be nice. All of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
Why is that? Oh, because he didn't get any points. I see.
Yeah.
Whoops. Probably shouldn't have brought that up.
No. It's all right. He's a good guy.
Hey, maybe their team managers have something nicer to say about them than we do. Marc-Andre Ladouceur and Faraz Jaka, team managers for our competitors today, are on the floor right now with Sarah Herring.
So much. This is true. Now I'm with the 2 bosses here. First of all, being from Canada, I'm guessing that this type of weather we're experiencing in the cube is going to give you guys a slight advantage.
Yeah, this is perfect for us. Totally used to it, and should definitely be to our advantage. Yeah.
How are you Californians dealing with the cold?
I travel around the whole world, any temperature, so I'm always ready.
Just ready to go all the time. Well, of course, we came into a difficult situation for you starting off the day. You were looking to have Pascal Lefrancois start. So let's talk a little bit about how you decided to sort of mix it up.
Yeah, we had a little problem this morning. Freezing rain in Montreal made it so his flight's not here yet. Hopefully we'll have him by the end of the day. Meanwhile, still Timex and I holding down the fort. We'll be alternating, getting a little chip loss there whenever it's past turn to play. But we're up for it.
Still holding out for that topless pick. It's cold in here, but I feel like Pascal can do it for us one topless time. Now, I want to talk a little bit then too, you had to turn in your selections before this started. So let's talk a little bit about why you made your decisions.
Yeah, I mean, the change from their end doesn't change too much on our end. Of course, we had the chip deficit, which we don't have in 2 of the matches, so that's huge. But
thanks, Pascal.
From the strategy standpoint, doesn't change too much. We had, Jaffe's been our heads-up guy all season, and he's the most entertaining guy, so we wanted him to start off the match first and show us how it's done.
Yeah, he came in ready. I'm going to say that. He definitely came in. I was like, watch out for this guy. Well, we will just send it right back to you guys.
Now, Eric, I found it interesting that Marc-Andre attributes Pascal's lateness to freezing rain. What exactly is the alcohol content on freezing rain? Is it...
Oh.
Did he just stand out?
Well, we don't know that. I guess we'll find out when Pascal shows up. But no, there does seem to be a weather pattern. I was looking at it earlier, Joe, out of the northeast near Boston.
Yeah, we're really
pushed out to Montreal.
sticking with that story, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Excellent.
He's on a plane.
He is on the plane, but
Yeah.
why he wasn't on one last night is a bit of a mystery. Who knows? I guess we're going to try to protect him. I'm a little bit worried about how cold it is in here and Pascal taking his shirt off because those things could possibly cut right through the cube. You know what I mean? He leans up against the cube, could shatter the whole thing.
Oh, I never thought of it that way.
Let's be careful.
Yeah.
Temperatures are low.
You know, not only is Pascal not here, one thing we should mention that we talked about earlier, both the teams suffering an injury before heading into the cube. On Friday, San Francisco found out that Anton Wig had a oral problem. And so, a problem with his teeth. So he is not able to fly from Stockholm after a week in Amsterdam.
Did you also
He's
mention
injured.
that he first noticed this oral problem when he was in Amsterdam, right?
Did not mention that. Yeah. So,
Okay.
Unfortunately, Anton Wig, who was, but Joe, he was one of the stars of this league this season.
Maybe he was chugging the bone.
Oh yes, very good,
You
Joe.
guys were watching earlier this season. Anton coined a new phrase here on the broadcast that we still have no idea what it means, but I like the sound of it.
And on the Montreal side, Jason Lavallee, who was, again, one of the top heads-up players in the GPL, unable to participate. He is ill and not able to be here.
You can't keep ducking me forever, LaValle. Let's go. I'm not buying any of this this sickness nonsense.
He's not the first GPL commentator to have a beef with Lavallee, so...
That is correct.
Although the other one made the final table of the WSOP main event.
Yeah, no,
so
that's not me. That's
better.
Are you talking about Griffin?
Griffin Benger,
Yes. Where did he finish? I fell asleep.
he didn't win.
He didn't?
No.
Oh, I was really pulling for him.
Made $1 million,
Well, that's good.
which is what you're making this week.
Who's you? 1 million style points.
Love it.
Maybe, because that's certainly not what I'm getting paid for this.
Just one thing, Joe, this season,
Yeah.
by the way, San Francisco, although they're in fourth place and barely made it into the playoffs, they won the season series against Montreal in heads-up matchups. That's something that's interesting to look at. The only win that Montreal got was a forfeit by our friend Kitty Quo, who might join us later on today. Marc-Andre Ladouceur, 2-0 against forfeits this year, so he's really running good in people not showing up to play him.
I really hope that Kitty Quo will come our side
Yes. we do
during
love
today's
Kitty.
match. So we're just about ready for the game. Eric, should we go over some of the house cleaning? How does it work once they get in there?
They're locked in there for a full game. Blinds at 4 and 800, Joe. A lot of chips here, but of course, this in this situation, 100K against 100K, mano a mano, Timex and Jonathan Jaffe. I can't wait for the playoffs to finally begin, Joe.
Me neither. I'm going to do excited little hopping around as the America's Conference playoffs begin right now. Let's kick it on down to the cube.
Montreal Nationals, please enter the cube. San Francisco Rush, please enter the cube.
All right, so it looks like we are getting some last-minute things taken care of in the cube down there. Now, Mike McDonald, we should mention, has already won a heads-up match today. According to his Twitter, it seems like he had a bit of an exchange with a U.S. Customs official.
Right, yeah, he did. He had to.
But he made it.
He did make it. That was a long night, right?
I mean, I think if you go toe-to-toe against a U.S. Customs official and end up coming out on top, Jonathan Jaffe may be at a disadvantage.
What's weird, Joe, is that Timex not deciding to stare down the border agent.
I mean, he maybe, it's 140 characters. We really don't know.
One thing to mention, all 3 San Francisco Rush members have played in the cube before. Timex has not played in the cube, so we'll see if that makes a difference.
What's your heads-up style?
Just fold everything.
Oh, man. I like that. Doesn't make great TV, but it's like, I want the point.
First blood went to Jaffe. McDonald wins the second pot. May see a flop on this hand. Mike McDonald facing a raise, suited one gapper. Players allotted 18 total minutes of thinking time. When that 18 minutes runs out, they are then in what's known as the hot seat.
How does it work? Do we find out during the match or after the match?
After.
Probably not then.
What was your size again? 7,200?
Yeah.
That's a good size.
Despite the fact that the graphics are flipped around, the names are correct. The blue meter, the blue section of the Chippo-meter belongs to Mike McDonald, who's now facing a 3-bet, and we are seeing a flop. Pretty good flop for Jonathan. He's flopped a heart draw. Technically, Timex
Any of
is
that you?
still ahead, although he's not the favorite. I haven't done commentary in a long time. I'm like trying to, who has the best hand here? It's a 10?
Those who tuned in this summer, Joe, will notice that the look at these boards now encrusted inside the cube. So the players need to look at each other before seeing the cards.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Timex with 2 wins this year, Joe, in 6 max action, defeating Anthony Zeno heads up in week 1 and defeating the mighty Fedor Holtz in week 7.
Did anyone have more than 2 wins
Oh, yes.
in 6 max?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, all right. 2 sounds like a lot to me.
We had Liv Boré with the most wins, 4. Most knockouts as well.
Oh, Liv Boré. What do you think of this flop for Mike McDonald? Pairing a flush draw, see you at the river. Although it is Jonathan Jaffe who makes a huge hand here. Mike is going to need to hit one of those spades. And Jaffe's made this a really chunky bet. 11,000 into 8,000. That's what we call an overbet. When I say we, I mean poker players, not actually me. I just kind of repeat what I heard one time.
I'm too short. Don't make me shrink.
And McDonald whiffs. He's now going to face a river bet. Jonathan, oh, a little wink. That'll get you punched in the mouth in my home game. Not really. The people in my home game are actually pretty lovely. Here comes the river bet. Wow, 44,500. Can we say polarizing? And Mike not even tempted to make the hero call.
Love that smirk. We mentioned that Jaffe has 4 wins in heads up this year, Joe. One of them against Pascal Lafrancois. He also defeated Dmitry Urbanovich in the Summer Series. Jake Cody, week 9 and week 13, defeated Tom Marchese in a great match.
Remember, we can play up to 7 games in this matchup between the Nationals and the Rush. First to 4 is the winner.
There's that stare.
Mike's flop best, but Jonathan's got a pair, so he's calling. Unless I missed something, this is our first pocket pair of the game. And Jonathan raising 6 deuce suited. McDonald just calls. Jaffe hits a deuce. I assume Mike's calling at least once. Betting a call. Another overcard for the 7s on the turn. Goes check, check. Mike deciding if he wants to lead for value. He does not. He checks.
That's good.
And Jonathan's going to take the free showdown. 7s win.
7's a good hand. You can 3-bet that.
It is a good hand.
I wouldn't fault you.
Not
Lines
good
are
enough
up, by
for
the
a
way.
3-bet.
6, 1200.
It's always going to be something better than that.
Always. That's too pessimistic.
Earlier this year, Joe, Mike McDonald crossing the $13 million mark in live tournament earnings.
Really? What is he? Why is he still in it? What is he doing? What are all these guys doing?
He's good.
Retire.
He's gone 3 straight years with at least $1 million in earnings. That streak could end this year. That's first world problems if I've ever heard him.
You mean 2016?
Correct.
What's he up to?
544,000.
Oh, he's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
What's left?
EPT Prague.
Oh yeah, Prague. Come on.
WPT 5 Diamond.
That's so funny because I went to the 5 Diamond first. I was like, I think the 5 Diamond, not remembering that, EPT Prague, the last EPT.
Where you're going to be working.
I will be there.
Just your own.
Unless you screw up this week and then.
I didn't see. Mine's at 16.
Well, that is a hell of a flop.
43.
Okay.
That's how you win $13 million.
This is like my Oreo, just so you know. I'm basically nutted.
It's always bad when your
51.
tell reps your opponent's hand.
No, I meant me.
Pardon me?
I meant me. Do I keep letting you bet?
Oh, I see.
You see, but you're not helping me. I don't know, Jack.
Best possible thing for Jonathan would be for him to brick out. Even then, he still may pay off something with ace high. Jonathan now facing a bet of almost 7,000.
I didn't have a 5.
And he folds. Good lay down.
I actually did.
Ah, poker humor.
When I watch the replay and see you folded to Jack, I'm gonna go quit live poker.
I didn't have anything.
He's gonna quit stand-up iPad poker.
And that's why I don't want to bet against you.
Once again, both players catch a piece.
I was looking to see how much the bet was.
Pardon me?
I was looking to see how much the bet was. I didn't see a check back coming.
How's Mike gonna make a soul read on the turn? Wow. All right. Checks back, flop, folds, turn. That's pretty impressive. Do want to remind everyone you can get involved. We are monitoring the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/GPL. You can also tweet at us using the hashtag GPL
Finals.
Is it GPL Finals what we want to use? There it is. Let's do that one because there's a lot of weird stuff on here for GPL.
Really keep me in.
Now I've accidentally got it on all in. Let's bring it back.
Like Biggest Nacho, who says, "Hi, Stapes." Hello, Biggest Nacho. How are you?
Worked.
IMAX with top pair this time.
Two pair.
I just hope he balances his two-pair clap range. He's going to have to do it sometimes when he does have it. Else that's a dead giveaway.
Team manager Marco De La Tour taking notes about his opponent, of course.
Well, someone needs to update their virus protection software.
Good bet.
Thanks.
Rob McVegas says, "Hey, Stapes," and "Hi, Eric." What's up, Rob? Welcome to the Season 1 Global Poker League playoffs. Seriously serious in the chat. Legend.
Legend.
Big hand for Jeffy. Here comes the 3-bet. He just told us. I knew he was going to do that because he said 3-bet. That was my read on the situation.
That's how good he
I
is.
was like, he said 3-bet. He's probably going to 3-bet. Blinds up 1,000, 2,000 now. CDub512 on Twitch asks, what does the winning team in the league get?
$100,000 team prize. Beautiful trophy, which we saw earlier in the shot. And hey, bragging rights, Joe, to me, worth way more than $100,000.
No, I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you on that one. You can't like walk into a Subway and order a foot-long Subway Club toasted on flatbread with melted provolone cheese and then pay for it with bragging rights.
Oh, okay.
Just one example. I have others. Donald's pair of eights, still good. Jaffe the aggressor, however. Mike's read's dead on so far today. One more Lady King on the river. Donald checking to Jaffe one more time. C-Dub wants to see a GPL belt. Jaffe checks behind. I think it was fairly likely he would have a bluff picked off there. And probably difficult to bet that pair of fours for value.
Phil Galfond.
Yeah, I got you. I've heard of him. Jonathan's girlfriend here in attendance. Kitty Quo out there. Phil's wife, I believe. Pretty sure I played in a home game with her in Hollywood one time.
Are you allowed to fold if it's checked to you? I just realized 2 hands ago I didn't even look at your bet size.
I think so.
Maybe I fucked that one up.
Nah, you're doing fine.
Good. Jaffe assuming the position he is always in that stance.
You can in real heads up. They just ask you if you're sure you want to.
Mike McDonald, some bad timing here with his 3-bet. If he just calls McDonald, flops best somehow, pairs his deuce. From worst to first. Bets 10,000 to a pot of just over 30. Probably likes his hand most of the time here when he doesn't get 4-bet. Jaffe decides to peel 1, misses. Biggest Nacho says, Timex's eyes are so purple. Well done. Great observation. Mike's still correctly value betting this deuce. Really small bets relative to the size of the pot. Exactly wants to get called by hands like this. Tell Jonathan not to lean on that too hard. I'm not sure. It's not really a load-bearing iPad stand. Jonathan Little on Twitch chiming in to say Jaffe is such a genius. And I would agree, if you can manage to somehow catch top pair on the river, it's pretty geniusy. It's genius-ish at the very least. Man, Mike's instincts have been spot on today. When somehow he bets when he has the best hand, bets when he has the best hand, checks when he has the worst hand. How does he know? Looks like Jonathan feels pretty safe now that it's been checked to him finally. Wow, Jaffe all in. Mike's got him covered. This could potentially be for game number 1. He so badly wants Mike to hero it off. I'm not sure it was Mike's intent.
Any theatrics will help you make a decision.
Probably not.
To induce a bluff.
Regardless.
But that is what he's trying to convince himself has happened.
Theater major, Mike McDonald.
Really?
No,
Oh.
math major.
Stop Stop messing with me, Eric. Oh, this kid's hilarious. Just waiting for him to start
I guess your
bouncing
hand, will you tell me?
a baseball
Yeah.
up against the wall.
7-8.
No. A little weaker.
LA Sunset team captain Maria Ho with the rest of her team, Chance Carnuth and Olivier Bousquet. Mike's been in the tank for 2 minutes on this decision.
Excuse me.
His instincts have been perfect so far, and he continues to make all the right decisions. No hero call. The match continues. Jaffe with a significant chip lead, more than 2-1 now.
That hand took a while. It seems like we just started playing 1K, 2K.
Double shot of Marc-Andre.
Yeah, I think we played like 4 hands. Most of them were just pre-flop done.
And my guess is this is a good flop for Jonathan Jaffe. One of the better flops you can hit with 8-4 offsuit.
It's all right. Jonathan Little of the Las Vegas Moneymakers and Nanonoko in chat.
Thanks.
The Hong Kong star great who will be playing tomorrow.
56.
Yeah, 54 and a half.
Mike McDonald under 20 big blinds.
Joe, our good friend Pappy asking if Chance Cornuth does he ever not smile? And the answer is no. Scott Ball in chat, GPL, top 5 score
Wow.
for a team that didn't make the playoffs.
Well, yeah, I mean, whoops.
Yo.
Blinds now at 1,500, 3,000. Mike McDonald down to 17 big blinds. Jaffe's won the last few pots. Rum Cakes, another big smiler.
Yeah. Loves life.
So Jaffe somehow didn't smash this board yet. Mike betting with the best of it. Picks up a small pot. 2,000 and 4,000 the blinds. I imagine we'll be seeing Mike in shove fold mode pretty soon.
Ladusur and Galfond up next. Game 2.
At it again.
I had a pretty decent
Let's just
hand
get
ahead.
to the end of this game first, Eric. Come on. Andrea Kari in the chat.
You started with 54, right?
Yeah, 53.
His team, Sao Paulo, playing in match number 2 today.
Coming up next. Sao Paulo, just heard from Darren Elias. They are making their way to the GPL arena.
You know, coming up next is a little deceptive because next could very well be 7 more games from now, so. Timex behind again. Is he going to try to make a move here? We know it'd probably work out for him. the board. No showdown value. Will he take a stab? My parents left the keys to the brand new Porsche. Should I take it for a ride? Well, of course I should. And Mike McDonald gets the bluff through.
I like it.
Had it again.
Uh-oh.
I think we're likely to see it all go in here. Suited paint. There goes the slider bar, and we are all in. Mike McDonald all in and at risk. Wow, he flops a heart draw, though. It's going to need to hit that heart or a jack on the river.
Oh.
All right.
No heart,
Game
no
one.
jack.
Well played.
Game one over.
Oh, thanks.
Or Riverton, I should say.
So Mike McDonald's first time into the cube did not go the way he would have hoped.
Clean off.
Got, yeah.
So what did you have?
5-2 of clubs.
Good turn bet.
And we have got our first game of the GPL Season 1 playoffs in the books. First blood, San Francisco Rush.
Yeah, really big here for Faraz Jaka's team. He wanted Jonathan Jaffe to be the first in the cube to win that first game, and there it is. That team is suddenly in advance, Joe. And again, there will be a chip advantage for Montreal for the next two games, but for the moment, tides have turned, and the number one team in the league could be in big trouble if they lose this next one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, you always want to come out of the gate strong. You want to book that first win. I think that I joke about how many games we're playing per match, right? We're playing up to 7 games, first to 4, but I think that this game that we saw right here is a good example of why that's sort of necessary, and that we saw Mike McDonald didn't really make any mistakes in this game.
At all,
you know what I mean? Like he made a lot of baffling correct decisions that I would flip that coin wrong occasionally, and I'd have been out far sooner. So I think that, obviously the more games we play, the less the variance is going to affect things. And also, when you have players of these skill levels, that's just how it's going to happen sometimes. Yeah. Like sometimes one guy is going to run slightly better or play slightly better. I don't think we're going to see any real buffoonery here with the lineups that exist.
Yeah, it's important to mention. You're right, Joe. If we look at these two lineups side by side, you really couldn't tell who's the number one team and who's the fourth team here. When Philip Galfond is your second player in the cube next,
I mean, other than this thing that says number 1 and number 4, but other than that, there's no way to tell.
Right. But, it will be an issue for Marc-Andre Ladouceur. He has to face Galfond. If the Rush win, boy, we could have a brand new game.
Well, I think we should stop talking and let's just hear from the players themselves. They're down on the floor with Sarah.
Sort of drunk dad, little bit drunk dad, I'm not sure. Thanks, guys. Now, Mike, this was your first time here in the cube, and I, for one, was very much looking forward to seeing the stare down, but in the cube style. Tell me a little bit just, about what the Virgin experience was like for you.
It was fun playing in the cube. I've watched a whole bunch of the matches, wasn't really sure what it would feel like, and at first it took a little bit of getting used to, but I had a lot of fun.
Well, you seemed very comfortable to the point of just, stretching it out, just doing a little yoga. So is that part of how you were keeping it together?
You make the nuts on every fourth hand, and it keeps you relaxed. It's just, it helps you stay zen.
Easy game. Well, when you first came in this morning, you were talking about thinking, about the sort of chip deficit that you were looking at, and then now having a more even playing field. How much did that change things for you?
I would say it only changed my exit mindset. I was I thought I'd feel a little more pumped if I won, winning, 1 to 1.3. And same thing, I have that backdoor free roll when I lose. Oh man, if I had the chips, I would have been just fine.
Well, it wasn't my fault at all.
Exactly. I love having that.
Did you have to, though, then adjust sort of your thoughts, ideas? Does it really change anything for you coming in?
Actually, yeah, as far as choosing which match we had the chip disadvantage, it was more, psychological than strategical. At first we were thinking, okay, who should we take the chip disadvantage against? And then we realized, it's just it's so good for their team morale if they come from behind in the first match and win there. So we're like, all right, let's not give them that psychological benefit. So let's come in early so if they win, we're not crushed and they're not, on top of the world. So that was
facing a madman. This is like the guy from Saw or something. This is like, I don't know what jigsaw shit they're up to, but...
Well, it's funny
It
because
works.
the guys were even saying, of course you guys can't hear the commentary, but they were saying that you were making all the right decisions, folding when you should be, betting when you should be, and still...
It sure felt like I was getting run over during the match. So I feel good now. That's good.
Well,
Yeah.
off to the races here, folks. We've got the first one in the books. Back to you guys.
I love how the Nationals were participating in both psychological and emotional warfare by deciding that they didn't want to give the Rush the morale boost by having a come-from-behind victory in the first game.
I think the scary part is Timex is so smooth about it as well, so it makes it even scarier.
He's
If he was
just
a hyperactive
terrifyingly
person.
cold. Yeah,
Yeah.
He definitely is in the running for playing the next Jigsaw.
Yeah, it makes total sense why he was a top 5 draft pick in the GPL and first round pick for the Montreal Nationals when he's at that level. If you're Marc-Andre Ladouceur, you just hand the reins over to him and say, let me know what you want to do and let's fix it.
I just don't have that in me at all. You know what I mean? Like they saw that angle. Like immediately, these poker players look at something and they're like, "Okay, here's all the angles and all the benefits." Like I would never even occur to me to like want to take away just a little bit of happiness and a little bit of joy from the team. Just give yourself that little extra emotional edge. I love it. It's fantastic. We're sportifying poker.
Yeah, you may have been laughing about that sportifying poker thing, Joe, but it is true. It is a very sporty way of looking at it.
Yeah.
So it was interesting to see that, making sure the team does not get the momentum, as we've seen in poker. Momentum means a lot. David Peters, who's just winning everything in poker and high rollers recently, he talked about the fact that he is on a roll and he just can't control it necessarily. So, yeah, the hype is real, and it does look like McDonald and Ladouceur made sure that the team wouldn't be, or the Rush wouldn't be too excited with that first win.
It's funny because David Peters is a name, but it's also a sentence. But it doesn't apply to him.
Well played, sir.
It doesn't apply to him because
No,
he's
no.
not petering.
he
He's
is.
on a roll, and that's the sort of thing that we use to tie together segments here in the GPL.
Like it.
Eric, what's going on for game number 2?
Well, we've got, as I just mentioned a few minutes ago, Joe, the things, it does not get any easier for the Montreal Nationals. It is Ladouceur, it is Galfond for game 2. This will make things very interesting coming up. For Ladouceur, it's been a good year, solid year, but nothing too spectacular. I think he'd say that he'd be a little disappointed with his season. He wasn't expected to be actually in this lineup. He was going to be the team's alternate, but he is in the lineup with the Lavallee injury. Illness, but Mark does have to play. He wanted to take a coaching role. Now he's put into the fire, and boy, sort of hurts that fire has to be against Phil Galfond. It doesn't get any easier for the Nats. We'll see Ladouceur's stats, but again, just a fairly good year for the Montreal native. 2 wins out of 5 matches. One of those wins coming against Olivier Bousquet. He is 1-1 against Bousquet. Bousquet only lost twice this year in heads-up competition. So really, that win might be a big one. He also lost to Bousquet. So should they meet the LA Sunset in the next round, there could be that matchup available to us. Points in 6 max. He only played 2 6 max matches, so most of his points did come in heads up.
One out of 15, is that right?
Yeah, 1 point in 6 max and 15 in heads up competition. So again, very quiet year for Ladouceur, who really spread the wealth when it came to that team. No player really played a lot of matches. All players sort of on an even side. McDonald actually playing 8 times, maxed out for that team. So spreading the love of those 6 players.
I noticed that he only had 8.6% of his team's total points. Do we think that he maybe would have had a higher percentage? But he had a couple people bail on him, right? So those were opportunities where he wasn't able to score points.
That's right. He wasn't able to score points in those 2 games against Kitty Quo of San Francisco and against Vanessa Selps of London this summer, where you had to get into that cube in the boiling hot Las Vegas desert. But we can, his opponent, Phil Galfond, boy, we all know about him. One of the best players on earth, of course. What's hilarious, Joe, is that you talk about variance. It was not a good start to the year for Galfond. But again, variance-wise, he played spectacularly. He played a match against Jonathan Little where he made pretty incredible reads on Jonathan and on the situation, and Jonathan himself just saying Jonathan had to sub in for Chris Moneymaker in that match and basically said, thank you for feeding me to the wolves. Of course, Galfond, that good. But the end of the year, really good end of the year for Galfond, picking up really important points. This team, the San Francisco Rush, were not in a playoff spot when we left here this summer. So really, Galfond, when it mattered, here's that sportifying poker, when it mattered, Galfond was there to pick up a lot of valuable points for the Rush.
So what you're saying is much like my student loan payments, Phil Galfond is due
Yes.
right now.
Yeah, and he's playing so well, coming into this match, it might be even more bad news for Ladouceur. So a lot more stress. Marc-Andre showing up here, I'm sure when he woke up this morning expecting to have his trio here. Just 2 days ago, he had 4 players. He had too many players to play in the cube, and now he's down to 2 for the moment as Pascal Lefrançois is making his way to the cube shortly. So a lot of extra stress on Marc-Andre that he probably wasn't expecting to have.
The cab
just
line
48
is
hours
super long at McCarran right now. Pascal will be here any second. You know how it can be when it wraps around that thing.
The Uber's on the 3rd floor. He just needs to know.
I don't do Ubers from the airport.
Really? It's really simple in McCarran.
I know. It's just, it feels like I'm going to spread the love a little bit.
Okay.
Take care of the cabbies.
Make sure he doesn't take the long way.
If I'm not paying, what do I care?
It's true.
How do we feel about Marc-Andre as the manager of this team? Now as a player, who do you think he'll be turning to for guidance?
Well, when your partner is Mike Timex McDonald, it's a pretty good start, right? And Timex and Galfond do have a history.
And we know that Timex can just stare right through the cube.
That's right.
Just beam up, burn 2 holes right in the back.
He's the only one, yeah.
Of Marc-Andre's head. Now, I remember something being discussed yesterday that we haven't brought up yet, Eric. Timeouts?
We are doing no
Is that a
timeouts.
thing? No timeouts.
No timeouts. Yeah, they were discussed with the managers. Television-wise, it didn't make any sense because basically you could, since we're live, the other team could basically hear what was going on, probably message someone inside the GPL arena. So no timeouts for this year.
Excellent. Maybe something we can work on next year. Have like a cone of silence.
That's right.
Outside the cube.
I like it.
I love a cube. I love a cone. And I think that, you know what else I love? Guests.
Do we have a guest?
Having guests in the booth. I'm just gonna tease that while we take a look at today's first matchup. Game number 2 about to get underway between the Montreal Nationals and the San Francisco Rush. San Francisco obviously up 1-0 right now. And so if you guys are going to, through the magic of television, oh, wow, look at that. I said guest that we went to that kooky graphic for a few seconds while we made some television magic happen. Hi, Kitty. Hi. Hello.
One of our favorites in the GPL, Kitty Quo, of course.
Not just in the GPL, anything. She's
Yes.
Why are you giggling? What's the matter? Is it weird to see yourself? It's okay.
Nervous.
Oh, she's nervous.
Are you nervous?
I have a problem with the feature table, all the camera, all the time.
You're so good, though.
I play so bad all the time.
Oh, I don't know about how you play. I don't really get involved in that sort of thing. Are you ready to do some commentary?
Yes, I can do that.
Love it. We'll do it shortly. In a few seconds, Kitty. How was your season in the GPL, Kitty? How did you enjoy your experience?
I learned a lot of GPL match about heads up because I really care about GPL. So I went to lab for like 3 weeks about heads up, and I learned a lot how to play like feature table, like camera, and talk to people online. It's pretty good. Yeah.
I like that.
She went to Tibet and studied under Raz Al Ghul how to play better heads-up poker. Kitty, I noticed that you're not in the lineup
Yeah.
for the playoffs here.
Yeah.
When you first got that news, were you pissed off? Would you
No.
Did you throw stuff?
No, I was very, very sad, but I believe our team, everyone's better than me. So it's a very good choice. I want our team won 100K. Why not? I can get a piece. What's
That's
wrong?
right. What's it matter, right? Who wins it for you as long as that cash comes flowing in.
As long as I have money, it's okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, we are ready to kick it on down to the cube. Game number 2 starts now.
Montreal Nationals, please enter the cube. San Francisco Rush, please enter the cube.
You playing this summer?
Yeah, I played once.
Okay.
You?
I played. Yeah, I played twice.
Okay. Advantage you.
Well, one of them was a no-show. So
Okay.
it's 400, 800, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cards are in the air. Not the trash talk I was hoping for beforehand. Just like, you know, obviously a conversation between a Canadian and just another very nice non-Canadian boy.
A guy who could be Canadian, let's be honest.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Marc-Andre winning twice this summer inside the cube, defeating Igor Yaroshevsky 2-1 and defeating Joe Stapleton 1-0.
I think that there may have been some voter hacking, some iPad hacking that occurred. It's probably the only way that I would have lost that match.
Got it.
Rigged. Reminder, blind start at 4 and 800 4-minute levels. Your chipometer is your friend. That'll show you who's in charge, chip-wise. Kitty, how do you think Phil's playing so far? Terrible, right?
No, I was surprised Phil played very good heads up. He's the only one I watched a heads up on GPL match. And I was surprised he played very well because everyone told me he's an Omaha player, but he played very good heads up. Yeah.
I know. How does he do it with 2 fewer cards? That's crazy.
I don't know. He
It's like training underwater, you know what I mean?
he feels so confident today. I don't feel he nervous.
You know, folding pre-flop. It's a big win.
It's embarrassing.
It's a big win.
Everybody's watching me too.
You just saw me do it. Just couldn't resist.
Yeah.
T-Dub brings up a good point on Twitch. He says Kitty's in a win-win situation. If they win, she gets a cut. If they lose, she can say, you should have played me.
It's true.
I have nothing to do with it.
I'm fine.
Did you get any of this?
I
Anything?
can't tell you.
Did he yell bad?
He did get some of it.
Oh no.
Marginov asking if Stapes came up with Chipometer. You did.
Sort of.
Yeah.
One of the real workers basically had it.
Right.
We just tweaked it a little.
Important to note that Ladustar does have the chip advantage now. 130K to 100K to start this match. Montreal finishing first in the Americas Conference and first in the league in the regular season.
Phil looks like a guy you could go to with your problems, doesn't he?
Oh.
Just very wise looking, warm, sweet smelling breath.
He's married.
Oh, he's married. Joe.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, Mark getting there on the river.
Well, that's fun for him.
I see no size we need to call.
Yeah, you think
The size on river, I think we need to call there. But it doesn't look like he bluff because if he bluff, he probably bet bigger, right? Seems like the value better.
well, we're gonna watch Phil work this out.
Can't just go with the nuts.
No,
You get a penalty.
It's actually an interesting one.
Let's go, Professor. Wow, nice fold.
Nice hand.
Okay.
It must be weird to stare at yourself, isn't it?
Lines up.
Like, do I look away? Do I hold my game? What do I do? The other teams are here. This is exciting.
Kitty, it was ladies' night earlier this year in the GPL. You won a match. Xuanlu won a match just a few minutes after you. How did it feel to win your first GPL match earlier this year?
Yeah, I remember. She won in my team. Yeah, I'm happy like both lady won the 6 matches. It was very cool.
Speaking of cool,
Yeah.
Phil Galfond.
Who did you play in that match?
It was a 6 max, yeah.
Okay.
Bring it up.
Fido.
Fedor. Wow, really?
Fedor's butt. I like
I
it.
bluff in the hand. I make a very bad bluff. And he fold the best hand. But everyone told me it's a horrible play. Even I win the hand.
I prefer to play results, so good job, Kitty. I think you played it great. Hand number 6, Marc-Andre pulling away slightly.
Pre-flop.
I'll take the little ones.
Use that hashtag GPL Finals to tweet at us. Oh, there's all the tweets. I was searching the wrong hashtag. There's all 4 tweets. World champ Ryan Reese. Shouting out good luck
We call him the Beast.
to the LA Sunset.
This is a fun hand.
2 flush draws. What? Steven Nickel on Twitch points out they both have straight flush draws, and it's not even Omaha. Nobody makes the draw, but Marc-Andre does river the best hand. He already had the best hand. Now has he at least got top pair?
It's okay, just give up. Too many jewelry.
Yeah, it's a scary, scary board.
Yes.
David Jewell on Twitter asked, did Stapes just roll out of bed wearing the same clothes to bed from yesterday? He looks kind of disheveled. Yeah, because I sleep in a suit. Nice one, nurse.
If he valuable river, I will check raise. He didn't, right?
Nope, we're moving on.
The Mets are here.
Meet the Mets.
Joe, I don't know if you slept or not, but you did leave the hotel room with a bottle of wine.
Which means I definitely slept. I mean, I was unconscious, we'll call it. Phil raising ace deuce. Folds ace high, slightly improves on the flop, catches a deuce. Marc-Andre, pretty sure he knows the action's on him. There we go. And he gets Phil to fold the best hand. Nice one, Marc-Andre. Blinds now 8 and 1600. Mike McDonald tweets saying A+ job in the commentary booth from Kitty Quo.
Yeah, we're even. All right, good.
How you think about tennis play? The last match.
Played great. Timex did play great.
played-
but
I think he played very well in the life. In life.
I'm not,
I'm sorry.
I think he's your number one fan. He tweets at you a lot. If you don't follow Kitty on Twitter, by the way, you are missing out on life. My favorite tweeter, after Joe, of course.
Do I follow you? I don't think so, right?
oh, I don't know.
I think she's blocked both of us.
It's entirely possible you blocked me. Marc-Andre getting a little funky with his chicken pre-flop, 8-6 offsuit, 3-bet.
Chugging the bone there, Joe.
He could very well be chugging the bone.
I was hoping you didn't see my handshake like that.
I didn't catch it. I'll pay more attention.
So I have to stick to the iPad here so I don't. 3-2 you.
Reminder that Galfon was actually placed as a alternate for this match and is replacing Anton Wig, who had a medical issue and could not make it from Amsterdam or Stockholm to Las Vegas.
Give me discounts.
Doctor's orders.
Blinds go up.
Discounts.
Don't want to get it in pre every hand, you know?
It's only hand number 12. We got a little bit of play left in this.
What happened? What happened to Montreal team?
Stall
Why
here.
only 2 people here?
Pascal got held up a little bit
Oh, really?
He's coming.
in Canada.
Oh, okay.
2 for 1 Jaeger bombs. The airport bar.
The YUL airport in Montreal.
Some people have leaks in their game at the felt, other people off the felt.
bar.
Yeah.
Good play.
Are you like showing and hiding your cards to yourself? Okay.
He
I was
is.
wondering what you
Just to see if it's the same.
I was like, I don't think he's hovering over the call button for that long.
I just want to make sure I'm folding what I'm folding.
Yeah.
Blinds now 1,000, 2,000.
I just keep mine showing, so if you were to walk over here, you'd,
I could see him every time.
yeah.
And you would say what,
Oh.
Kitty, if that happened?
What?
See, I think this.
If someone walked over to look at your iPad, what would you say?
It's okay.
What?
What's wrong with that?
You didn't
Oh,
see.
I was trying to tee you up for your
did this
catchphrase. Go your side.
Go your side.
There
Okay,
we
we
go.
got it, we got
Okay. She'd be like, it's okay, just look.
Yeah, I'm an online player, so I'm used to just continuing to see him.
So is Mark.
All right. You remember what you're holding. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I made a game about you one time on one of my podcasts, though.
What?
The game is called Did Kitty Quote It?
Yes.
And I would read out some tweets by you and some tweets I made up, and I made the person playing decide whether or not Kitty quoted it.
Really?
What do you do with a deuce off?
Oh my
Right now in your position?
Yeah.
Full.
You fold,
Me?
huh?
Did you allow to talk the hand, real hand?
Yeah, we want
Oh,
this to
yeah.
be fun. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're not allowed, right? You can lie.
Of course.
Of course. There's no one in there, Kitty. So.
There's no rules inside the cube, Kitty.
I have a feeling he was racing this hand. Oh, just go.
We have a flop. 7 could prove costly for Marc-Andre.
Good check.
Good check. What do you like about that check, Kitty?
I like check.
Well explained.
But
He's clicking buttons.
Kept the pot a little small on the flop.
what?
Mike McDonald has tweeted us the Urban Dictionary definition of bone chugger, and it's pretty much what you think it is.
Who wins?
Yep.
I think I am then.
Thanks, Timex.
Is it?
Oof, big hands.
Yeah.
You knew you were winning that.
Should have just got it in pre.
I would avoid that on this particular hand, Philip.
12, 24.
The Andre Akaris for La Dresseur.
12, 24. So confused.
Now, when you say that, is that what you think is going to happen, or is that what you want to happen?
Most of the time I will call the hand.
Okay.
Just talk about my.
You're just
my
sort
range.
of going through your own thought process,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you would call.
Okay, we done this hand. Oh, he check.
Yeah, sneaky, huh?
Yeah.
Phil not biting so far. Marc-Andre not going to check a second time. Too many draws out there. Gets a quick fold from the 9 high. 1,200, 2,400. Hand number 18. Phil Galfond down to 36 big blinds. Marc-Andre calls with 9-6 off, flops top pair. Looks like Phil's going to continue. Small continuation bet.
So much better on that wall. Assume. Same boards.
Yeah. Oh, it's on me. Okay.
Mark attempting to distract Phil in this hand.
Distract him by making a better 2 pair. And rivering a full house.
Come on, check.
Ace high might be pretty appealing now for Phil Galfond. What do you think, Kitty?
Huh?
Couple of pairs out there.
If Montreal team bad, I will just fold.
You don't even consider calling with ace high.
No.
But you have 2 pair and an ace.
Oh, check raise.
Change bet sizing.
Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep. Beep, boop, bop, bop, boop. Beep. 9,000's the bet.
He always value bet.
You don't think it's ever another ace high?
No, if you say you miss a draw, like flush draw, or like say you miss a draw, you're not betting this size. So size look like so like value bet a lot.
It's the sizing, you say?
And I don't think he bluffed too much on river.
Well, this was 9,000 into a pot of around 16. Phil not as immediately convinced this is a value bet as you are, Kitty.
He know this value better. He will fall. 100%. Come on, just fold.
This looks like a raise, possibly.
No.
I don't see any reason why he would
No.
bebop boop-bopping. That's
What
a raise
happened?
at 38,500.
Now I play with my water bottle.
Is that the same do you use now?
That's what I was about to ask.
No,
It doesn't go that way either.
you gotta suck on it, buddy. Oh, you better do it on camera.
We don't have those up north water bottles.
So what's happening here? Is Marc-Andre just sort of putting some time in so he can put in another raise?
Oh.
There we go, okay. That is the all-in.
Was not expecting that.
You don't say. There's the fold from Phil.
Don't think we have the same hand.
Big lead for Montreal now.
Is it like 9-6?
6-3. Threes. Sixes.
9-6 suited, I guess.
Yeah,
You
Close
fold
enough.
9-6 off pre.
In your shoes?
Yeah.
No.
Against you.
Oh, against me? Yeah.
yes.
Where do I see your stack?
You can just ask me. I have 38, 660.
Million.
38, 660.
And I haven't looked at my hand yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Phil with just 13 big blinds.
Call.
You like a call here?
Yeah, you mean call it.
Folds it.
Queen high is good. Heads up.
That'd be a good hand.
Ace high is also pretty good heads up, right?
Yes.
Won't do it.
Had to.
I know how to play this one.
I played my right too, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to 38, 816.
Our good friend Roland in the booth, Booth B, who did the GPL online arena commentary in the chat.
Saruka on Twitch says, OMG, she's
on
better
my
than
screen,
Galfond.
Definitely not.
Yeah, but it says the minimum raise is 4,000. Let's see. It says the minimum bet's 4,000.
You could bet more than the minimum.
All in's an option.
Always allowed.
Just bet 4 yellows.
4,000 is the bet. Phil's forced to fold.
I think her screen was wrong, and the blinds were 2-4,
Oh, okay.
and the level had just changed.
That makes
Let's
sense.
go.
Two
could be
paying
it, Kitty.
cards, sub 10 big blind stack. Galfond is all in.
Come on. Can fold.
It's supposed to be a call, right? With a king and less than 10 big blinds.
I know, but I don't want him to call.
Is it just that easy?
Probably 8 big blind you can call. Still too much.
It's 34 more or 34? It's 38 to 6.
2-4, right? 2-4 will be 9 big blind, so it's okay to call. It's okay,
I like
can
it.
fold.
What's that?
I have like a mental lapse from just brain fucking here.
Yeah. It doesn't show on my screen what it is, so I can't help.
Marc-Andre calls. He will be the favorite. Phil will be at risk.
It could be like a massive slow roll. I don't think it.
Just fold. Yes.
Eventually ditches it.
Yeah.
I had a normal hand to shove with.
Game 3 coming up next. It's the return of Timex versus team manager Faraz Jaka for the Rush.
Ace high flop. King high still the best hand. Phil cannot catch at the moment. Now it's Phil's turn with king high, queen high for Ladouceur.
Let's go.
Your teammate says, let's go, and go he does.
I know my team.
That one I knew.
Yeah. They shouldn't turn it red when you have an obvious fold, you know? All the drama.
Okay, let's.
Once more.
I think he will shove this in.
Marc-Andre limps in. There's the shove. And there's the fold. Staying alive out here, Phil Galfond.
Doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Well, this looks like a good spot for a double up.
come on.
Back to 48.
40.
70% favor.
Phil's gonna play this tricky, it looks like, even though we know he doesn't have to.
Four after, I think, total.
Just limp. Just limp.
Blinds are 44.
41, 960 behind. So probably 46, 960.
Car crash coming.
So mean.
Good hand.
Marc-Andre can still fold for 1,410.
If you have to question it, then yes.
Oh, a big one.
Save the chips.
Oh, I still have to call.
What? These math players. King's out in front. Not much hope here for Marc-Andre.
Yeah.
Hold it.
Will Kings hold?
Queen. Yes.
Kings do hold. Double up. San Francisco Rush.
Oh, the big red screen's not fun.
Back to my starting disadvantage almost.
Yeah, suddenly a very close game, Joe. And Kitty.
I didn't even get to look.
That's right. You're going to want a picture of this, Anatoly. It's why the one time someone was trying to not take a picture of himself, and we put him up there.
Day off for the Moscow Wolverines, but of course, Anatoly Filatov doing some homework.
think the Wolverines really lived up to their name last night with that crudité selection in the suite. Ravenous.
A lot of raw fish was eaten by the Wolverines.
Several at a time. I didn't even know you could stack tuna steak on top of each other like that. Open ender for Phil. Flop top pair for Marc-Andre, now second pair.
13.
Eric Jimbro on Twitch asks, is this the same structure as the regular season cube matches, or has any more time been added?
No, actually, time reduced. They went from 20 minutes to 18 minutes inside the cube, which is what they played online, 18-minute total time bank. Structure very similar. A lot more chips, but the blinds start way higher as well.
Still 4-minute levels.
Correct.
See you one more.
Board pairs the deuce.
This could be a tide-turning hand here.
It's a very, very real card for us.
Who's us? San Francisco Rush?
Yeah.
Have the bottom of my range, but this is not a bluff.
Yeah, because sometimes you need to give up.
You win.
Don't think he's folding.
Go for it.
No.
Get in there. Can I ask you how much you have?
Yes, 68.4. 68.4 after the big blind, probably.
All in and fold.
Come on. You can do it.
68.4.
61.8 behind.
I like a field golf strategy. Limp go hand.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Not as good as last time.
Phil's going to be another good spot to double up. Marc-Andre misses the flop.
Come on.
4 on the turn is no help for Marc-Andre.
5.
Nice one.
Brick, ship it. Phil Galfond doubles up again, and now has the chip lead.
Oh.
Blinds at 3 and 6,000, 600 ante.
Good job.
And by the way, the chip lead is only 22 big blinds, though.
Still, yeah, for the very first time that San Francisco grabs the lead here.
So you have about 100.
I have 86, 560.
Okay, thank you.
That is terrifying.
Good turn.
I'm just being tricky.
Come on, check. Check. Can you hear me or no?
He cannot hear you.
Shit. Check.
You remember before when you were like, this is clearly a value bet, and then he called?
Even
That would have
he-
been a real slap in the face to you if he could hear you, knowing you can see the whole cards, and called
Wow.
anyway.
You need to bluff. Good.
Has to be good enough for value.
Oh, no, it is not.
Just being tricky.
Your cover play is so good.
Marc-Andre is going to be in very bad shape when Phil makes this call.
24.
No shame in folding.
All right, well, Marc-Andre's balancing his chatterbox range.
24.
Close, Kitty.
Yeah.
25-5.
I'll just say that to myself.
Smell you later.
Listen.
Thank you.
13 big blinds now for Marc-Andre. Montreal in real danger of going down 2-0.
So you have 70 something.
73.
Thank you.
No red light, please.
All right.
It's programmed in. We can't do anything.
Good fold.
Thank you.
Good fold.
Yes, we're at that
I did know. I knew that time.
3,500,
Montreal
7,000
Nationals,
blind level.
2-minute warning.
Oof. How long you got?
I got plenty of time.
Wow. This is how things are going to be probably for the remainder of this match. Shoving, folding, flipping.
Folding.
Four high, somehow not the best hand. No betting on the turn, king on the river. Jack high will win at showdown. We saw Phil check the bottom of his range before, forced to do it again now.
It's embarrassing.
Discipline.
Yeah. I don't think.
Leap.
Just don't think something.
I think we can shove.
We are 1 minute and 30 seconds away from Marc-Andre being in the hot seat. 6 seconds to make every decision?
4 seconds.
4 seconds to make every decision once you run out of that time bank.
Okay, that's it.
This could be the one.
Yeah. We are 75% favor.
Wow.
Marc-Andre just folds it.
I
Phil's surprised he doesn't know what the cards are.
Phil was shocked.
Still finish this hand.
If you shoved, I was calling.
wow.
Phil all in. Marc-Andre.
Holy cool.
He's in the folding position, and he does in fact fold. So it's Phil's turn to open muck.
Just waiting on aces.
You'd go with tens. You have how much?
49.5.
Leap. Shove.
What do you think, Kitty?
All in.
All in and call?
I can call. Okay, let's go.
Let's go. 3 spades on the flop.
Could win that one.
Not going to happen.
Cool.
Oh, the nut is made. Sick turn card.
Jack.
You not get there.
Ah, shit.
Phil does not re-get there, so Marc-Andre doubles up.
This is never the end.
And look at this. We are at a dead heat chip-wise. 14 big blinds, 14 big blinds.
Sure.
Mine's now at 4,000, 8,000. 7-6 suited for Marc-Andre. Two
It's-
meaners for Galfond.
We finish this hand.
You think this one?
How can he not shove 7-6 suited? Seriously. What's wrong with him?
Seriously.
Tell him, Kitty.
Even I'm neat, I'll shove there.
Here he goes.
I think you need to.
Once again, so good.
Marc-Andre hits a 6. Spade's not a factor this time around.
Can't save me this time.
Yeah!
Phil Galfond, who is down to fewer than 10 big blinds, managed to get 2 big double ups.
Thank you, Kitty.
The old come from behind victory to put the San Francisco Rush up 2-0.
She gone.
she gone. Don't let the door slam. Oh, it didn't slam.
That was fun. Thank you, Kitty Quo. What's not fun, Montreal Nationals right now in big trouble. We could have our first upset of the GPL playoffs, Joe.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting match.
Yeah.
Phil Galfond getting down, getting up against the ropes, catching those 2 double ups, and then it was just sort of how good are your push-fold ranges?
Yeah, at that point, right? I mean, they were even in chips right before that hand, and the blinds are so high that it's push or fold. So it's a big loss for Montreal, who at least going to get Timex back in the cube next, but they're in deep trouble now. They need to win 4 of the next 5. Good math guy.
And that match started with them even in chips, right? Or it did not?
It did not. Yeah, Mark had
Montreal.
that advantage. Yeah.
Ooh, Montreal.
Yeah, and Phil did not get the chip lead until very late in this match as well, so it was very hotly contested, but good on Phil Galfond, and I explained that earlier. The Jaffe Galfond setup for Faraz Jaka really a smart move. Now he's in there down, up 2-0. If he can win this one, it's 3-0 for San Francisco, so really a good setup here by team manager Faraz Jaka and his team. They were meeting all morning trying to make sure that to have the accurate lineup, and I think, proof is in the pudding. A great start for the Rush.
Do you think for the next match that the pressure is on for the Nationals, or it's like kind of off, like you're already down 2, like, well?
I don't know how much pressure Timex feels, to be honest. So, no, I think he's going to treat it as a regular match. Pressure's on if you're a fan, though, because it is almost time to, it might be done after this third one, so it'll be difficult to see. We might be over in this thing before Pascal actually shows up, so that would be a really tough spot for the Montreal Nationals to be in if that would happen.
Well, I think we're going to check in with Phil and Marc-Andre to see what they have to say themselves about the game they just played. We're going to get to that in a second. Let's focus a little bit more on what's happening in Game 3 here. Now, again, because Pascal is not around, so we're back again to there being no
This is actually
chip
Timex.
advantage.
No, Timex will get his advantage. This is his regular spot.
Sorry,
in
I
the
thought we were
lineup, so-
penalizing them twice, so glad we clarified that.
Right, we
That's
will
already
be-
taken care of.
Yeah, Pascal will be penalized once he shows up.
Whoa,
So
during
once he
his
plays
own
matches,
match.
yeah.
So not just his team is going to have to pay for that,
That's
but
right.
he will pay for it as well. The team
Right.
paying for it doubly, I
He
guess.
also owes the team a meal, for sure.
Let's take a look at Faraz Jaka's stats. He is playing in our next match.
Yeah, the team manager really played well, winning half of his matches, Joe, and that's difficult. Playing only 6 times, winning 3 times. Faraz shining in both 6-max and heads-up competition, 13 points to 18 points in heads-up, 64.6% efficiency rate. That means that 65% of the points available to him, he collected. So, the 20% of that team's points did come from Jaka. As a team manager, we saw Anatoly Filatov in the crowd. It's always great when you're the team manager picking up all those points because it's putting extra pressure on your teammates, making sure they
Right.
pick up the
Lead
ball.
by example.
That's right. So Faraz Jaka, Anatoly Filatov, 2 players that really, shine throughout the GPL season. So smart wildcard pickups by both of those teams, adding themselves on the team lineup. So really well done. And for Roz, just like the rest of his teammates, really consistent throughout the year.
Do as I say and as I do. Let's take another look at Mike McDonald's stats since he will be playing again.
Yeah, and Timex did win twice, all of his matches coming in 6-max play during the regular season. So far, 0-for-1 in heads-up play here in the Cube, so he is right back in it. Again, obviously, 30 points out of 8 matches, still a very, very solid performance by Timex. 54% point efficiency, which is very good, Joe. The more matches you play, the even, it's more hard. It's more hard, or harder to speak.
It's way more harder.
It's much harder, of course, to pick up that, to raise that efficiency level. So 8 matches played, 53% efficiency, very solid season for Timex.
I don't want to spoil anything, but who is the best as far as points efficiency is concerned for the league, and what number is that?
For us, was out there in heads-up competition. It was Jason Lavallée who picked up 80% of his points, the top scorer in heads-up competition as well. So really a huge, huge loss for the Montreal Nationals just one day ago, where it was determined that Lavallée could not travel to the Las Vegas finals. So, it's really been a tough going so far for the Nats. They lose Lavallée. Lefrançois loses, we lose Lefrançois in the air, and now they're down 2-0. So the mighty Nationals could be crumbling in the next few games, Joe.
Yeah, let's see how they're feeling about it.
Nope, not happy. They're not happy. They're not happy. They're not happy about it.
What are they doing out there?
I don't know what's going on, yeah.
I feel like they're just like out now it is ready. Sarah, go on then.
I'm not even sure, actually, if you're the drunk person. I think whoever else is running this show, but we are ready here. We're here with Marc-Andre now. You got yourself into a tough cooler spot, but I think what I was wondering about was, as you were getting down to when it says 2 minutes left,
Yeah.
that's a tough situation. So how much does that impact things as it moves forward?
Yeah, it did impact a little bit, as I wasn't sure what was going to happen and how much time I would actually have when it got down to 0. So, started to take decisions quicker, but overall it's disappointing. We had a chip advantage, had a shot there, and ended up making a shoving mistake, which time really where I thought he raised, and then I had so little time that I just went ahead and folded, and I was dominant on that hand, so lucky, but not enough to win the match.
Well, you did start at a chip disadvantage. You gave us a little bit of a sweat there, though. There was a point where I was giving up on the 2 wins for the Rush. So tell me a little bit about what the experience was like for you.
Yeah, the early game, there was some back and forth for a while. I actually was getting chipped down and made what I thought was a good bluff, but was poorly timed. And then I was pretty short, at which point I just tried to pick up a lot of hands. And that's what happened. And when you're short stack and you pick up hands, it is good.
Yeah, I love
for all those out there.
Kings to ace king. I love it every time.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, back to you guys.
I guess Phil saves like the really hardcore analysis for the paid subscriptions. Is that still a thing?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when you pick up good hands when you're short stack, that's good. That is something I would sign up for. That type of advice. So once again, to recap, we are now 2 games into this match.
Right.
San Francisco Rush are leading 2-0. Next matchup is Timex Mike McDonald against Faraz Jaka. Again, Timex should not be playing again so soon as per the rules, but as we've been over, Pascal Lefrançois still on his way here, so we've given a slight penalty to the Montreal Nationals. They did not get their chip advantage they were supposed to have in game number 1, nor will they get it in the match where Pascal finally shows up.
Right.
In this match, however, they will have their 130,000 chips to the 100,000 chips for the San Francisco Rush. So to me, this seems like a really good opportunity for Montreal to get on the board.
Yeah, and I hate to use a sports analogy, but this is a must-win match for the Montreal Nationals. Of course, if they're down 3-0,
Literally.
it's going to be almost impossible for them to come back in this setup. So really a lot of pressure on Timex here, but again, not the type of guy to be too hurt by that, of course.
All right, well, let's check out the pressure-filled cube. Game 3 starts now.
Players, please enter the cube.
Again, must-win situation for the...
Let's
All right,
do
Billy
this.
Tuggers, let's do this.
Mike McDonald. A shot at redemption. Good fold, Mike. Good job.
How do we see our cards again?
Oh, you clicked the I.
Ah, that's right.
Wait, did Faraz not even know he had kings on that hand?
The blinds
Probably
are
for the best.
400, 800.
Yep.
Got it.
Chaka starts off with the best hand. This will be a race if we see all 5 cards. And Mike hits both of his overcards. Now, Eric, I'm gonna ask you something controversial. Let's say Faraz hits his deuce on the river. Doesn't seem like kings in 3 should be a better hand than 3-2s,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to just agree with me. It's fine.
I thought you were going to use it deuces in the toilet analogy.
Oh, no,
so-
no.
Okay.
I feel
prefer
like
that.
I've matured.
Oh, since the summer?
Has to be a really good poop joke for me to make it these days. Mike's 2 pair, of course, still good by this river. That's right, Busty 95. The 6 soul reads from Mike continue. One, two, three, four, 5 overcards out there. That's not good.
Trying to steal the first one from me?
It's the second hand. You had kings on the first hand and it got folded too. Quincy Dog 1120 says he's a idiot. Gonna have to be more specific. Faraz really giving this a good think, but eventually makes the right fold. Don't forget, you can say hello to us on Twitch, twitch.tv/GPL, and also on Twitter, #GPL Finals. Mike McDonald betting with the worst of it. Alonzi says, kind of looks like truth or dare looking into each other's soul to see if they're bluffing or not. Faraz Jaka, not bluffing, he's checking. Oh, and there's an app you can download.
Oh, yeah. The GPL TV app, Joe, is revolutionary. Scores are updated. You can watch live games.
Really?
Catch the replays as well.
You know what my favorite app is? Mozzarella sticks.
Like it.
Well, 4, 5, 6, 7 isn't anything, but 5, 5, 5, 6, 6 is.
Something delicious.
3, 4. Oh, like mozzarella sticks.
Right.
Abracadabra Hocus says hello to commentators. Hello.
Hi. Sarah says hello as well.
Mike firing 4K into the abyss. And Faraz is putting it right back in his ear.
That didn't work out.
Fold. And that is going to close the gap in Mike McDonald's chip lead. We're only on the 4th hand of this game.
Yeah, good call. It's up in here.
Lines up for the 2nd time, 6 and 1200 now. 2 playable hands, heads up. King 6 suited, 10-9 suited.
Oh, it's loud. What did you say? Oh, just like, it just like made a sound as if it was like amplifying, twisting the cap off.
These boys. No betting on the flop. Jaka with another full house.
Yeah, number 5, kings and 2 full houses.
Ross bets around a third of the pot. And McDonald folds the worst of it. Jaka creeping his way back to even. Raises Jack 8 suited. McDonald calls with 10-7. Both catch a pair. Russ DT says that sizing is questionable. As Mike McDonald takes the worst hand and turns it into the best hand. Now it's Timex's turn to make a boat. Apparently, one former World Series of Poker main event champion has some significant cash riding on the LA Sunset to win the GPL Season 1.
And another has significant money on another team that didn't make the playoffs.
Oh no. So this is a hedge? Were you about to do the whole tuba bit from Price is Right when you lose? Can you do it? I'm sorry, I stepped on it.
Yep.
It's a good one. Donald trying to decide what to do with what is very likely to be the best hand. That's 5,600. Chunky bet gets a fold from Faraz with 9 high. Pocket Jaka. Faraz makes it 38.80. I assume we're going to see a call here from Mike most of the time. There it is. This could get a little dangerous for Timex. He's flopped a pair. Top set for Jaka. Mike's not going to be able to fold for that amount after hitting a pair. Deuce changes nothing. Looks like Faraz is gonna keep betting a set. No one improves on the river. Timex checks again. Faraz should be pretty happy to bet this for a third time. $19,480, so almost a full pot bet. Mike's instincts great in match number 1.
I'm not raising. I think this is one I could have to call with. That's a good hand. Nice hand. Thank you.
It was a good and nice hand. You know who else is good and nice? Eric Tanis, yes. Still less good and less nice. But still both sort of good and nice. Maria Ho! Let's put this a little closer to your face-sicle over here. Oh, what are you doing? You have to put them on your ears.
Oh, no, I have it on this. All right, I got this.
You're like trying
Technology.
not to mess
Tough.
up the look.
It's the hair, you know what I mean? Good hair day.
Well, it smells good too. Faraz is very slowly and quietly crept into the chip lead. Maria, what are your thoughts so far on the match you've been witnessing?
You know, obviously, I think there's a decent amount of pressure on the Nationals coming in because they have the chip advantage. They were, you know, the first seeded overall team coming into the playoffs. And they have such a tough lineup of players that they brought out here. So obviously, I think most people are fairly surprised to see them down 0-2 at this point. But obviously, they can still come back from anything. But like you guys said, this is a pretty pivotal match.
Would you say that Montreal is choking or they're really choking?
I would say neither, honestly. I feel like both sides have played super tough. And it's partially the way that the card's been breaking, and partially, I think the rush came to bring it today. And you saw from their social media that they were doing a lot of prep. So I think that's showing.
Now, you've been here watching most of the time.
Yes, showed up bright and early.
Have you seen anything that you yourself considered to be a mistake? And don't be afraid to say Phil Galfon's terrible.
Definitely not that. I think Marc-Andre should have called with King 3 against Galfon.
That was tight.
Jack,
that was
and,
relatively tight.
And I think it's not a huge mistake, but anytime in poker, one little thing can change the outcome. And, Phil ended up coming back from that. And, who knows what the run out would have been, but it could have been a match over, and the Nationals could have been on the board.
If he had called with the king high and lost, so then we could blame him for that.
Right? So, can't win.
Good.
So Faraz wins another significant pot, blinds up to 1,000, 2,000.
I was just going through an old hard drive the other day and found a bunch of incriminating pictures of 21-year-old Timex.
Oh, nice. That's
or maybe 19-year-old Timex.
Now we're talking.
If you
Teenage
beat me, I'm gonna tweet
Timex?
them all out.
Uh-oh. That's why I'm playing so bad.
We've got a legit question here from Alonzi, who says, Maria, is this the future of poker or a hybrid of the way poker is going in the near future? I feel like there's only so much of watching grown men and women sit around shuffling chips that you can take. I would love your thoughts.
Honestly, I really do love this team concept. I think the one thing that has been missing for me personally as a player is, I feel like poker can be so self-serving and such an individual game, obviously. And I've really enjoyed not only getting to know my teammates better, but having someone else to root for and having that camaraderie. It's something that I think I would want in my workplace. And, and I hope that, for the viewers, it's more entertaining as well.
That's what we're going for, a little entertainment. We did see some pretty entertaining matches throughout the other parts of the season. I think that, not to say that it won't happen in the playoffs and the finals, but as we get closer and closer to 100K, there's going to be probably a little bit less goofing around.
Yeah, definitely. But I think, what I love about my team is honestly, we had a little breakfast coming into today and Chance said, let's just have fun. And I completely agree. And I think no matter what happens, we have every intention of obviously playing our best, but we want to have fun with it and we want to make it fun for the viewers. So I'm super proud of my team for coming into this with that mentality.
I mean, if you can manage to have fun and also win, that's like a really big middle finger to everybody else, right?
Huge. Love giving the middle finger to people. So...
So Faraz raising with the worst of it. This is part of your 3 betting range. Heads up against Faraz, Jaka, Maria.
Yeah, how many bigs deep are they? Oh, there
Mike
we
started
go.
the hand with about 33 big blinds.
Yeah, definitely.
Good bluff.
Thanks. I had it, though.
Or maybe it isn't, because maybe the Mets are listening. I don't have a 3 betting range. What's a 3
range?
betting range?
Jaka pairs his overcard. Flush draw develops on the turn. Nobody has hearts. Jeffrey Gart on Twitch brings up the good point that poker's just so focus intensive that it's hard to talk. Fourth heart on the river. And we're going to see at least one check. Mike takes the showdown value. And it's going to see that he's lost to a pair of 10s. Lines at 12 and 2,400. There's your nemesis.
Oh, repping hard. I got the sweatshirt on already.
Now, did I see Darren Elias tweet in Portuguese earlier? Is he like really learning the language and stuff? That's dedication.
I think I heard him speak Portuguese yesterday. I was
That's
surprised.
awesome.
He spends a lot of time in Sao Paulo.
Is that one of your real facts or fake facts?
It is a fact that we were told, but he did mention that no, he's not been to Sao Paulo.
Okay. Awesome prank, Farva.
Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Well, the weather in Philly is probably similar to Sao Paulo right now.
I was going to say there's probably less car fires, but also that's probably about the same.
Uh-oh. Sao Paulo Met manager Andre Akari saying that Darren is 75% Brazilian. True fact.
Which 75%?
Is that a thing they say about Brazilians?
Where are you going with this, Maria? I didn't say anything.
It's the continuation from where you were going with it.
Maria's got plantains on the brain. So Timex did river the best hand. Makes around a third pot value bet. Jaka has a hand he could call with. Does this make a difference to you, Maria? Let's say hearts don't come in on the river. Are you more likely to call with ace high?
Yeah, but I don't know. You would think that maybe Mike, if he was bluffing, he maybe would have just... I guess he can't really lead turn. He can't rep much. But, yeah, I mean... It's a little bit harder for Oz to call now, I think. But...
Can't even go all the draws missed because they didn't. And Faraz folds.
Yeah, sunset. What?
Sunset, more like sunrise. Look at those shining, smiling faces.
I'm not gonna lie, I got it. Like I've really enjoyed like spending more time with my teammates, and they're good people.
I heard a thank you. Mike McDonald hits this flop pretty hard. Pairing an up and down draw. Ike Flesh on Twitch asks, is this best of 7 correct? Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a straight, right? And then a jack also. Is that what they mean when they say double? Got it?
Double belly buster.
Yeah, because I've seen it in books, but I was just kind of pretending to know what it meant.
That is right next to wired pairs. That's how long I've been in poker, folks.
I think some poker shows still say wired pair, so. Yes, so on. If Montreal loses the best of 7, they are out. They are done for the season. Barely doing any better than the Las Vegas Moneymakers.
They've been done for a while.
I mean, we all know Eric has a personal bias here, so you're pretty upset about this.
That's untrue. I'm a Kitty Quo fan, so.
You're just straight. I mean, I've seen your. I don't know. Maybe is it your tweets? They're very Canadian. Some very Canadian-centric tweets. Is all I'm saying.
I do enjoy my country. Yes.
Faraz has still got the chip lead, but these blinds are going up. A7 still leading Queen 7. King high flop. I like how this guy on Twitch trying to be a know-it-all spelled the whole card wrong.
I did see that. Should we call him out?
Wired pairs are when your door card pairs the entire card in stud. Translated.
Well done.
Whole card.
Very well done.
Whole.
Not just the corner of the card.
That's right.
The entire surface
card.
area.
You
of
can't
the
just
card
pair
with
one of
a
the
W.
diamonds. You can't just pair one of your diamonds. Has to be the whole card. Does anyone have anything in this hand yet? Come on! Somebody load up the cooler program. Did you get up in some of those chicken fingers last night or what?
Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't. I was pretty.
I didn't either.
I thought for sure you would have because you took that whole bottle of wine with you from
Yeah.
the party. So I figured usually being drunk leads to really bad decisions in all departments, but food especially for some people. you
Yeah,
know?
I mean, it's hard to order food when you fall asleep with a bottle of wine in your hand. Mike McDonald doing his best to bluff this. And gets away with it. That's going to help.
We've just received confirmation that Pascal Lefrançois is here. Thanks for coming, Pascal. The issue here, Joe, is that it'll be interesting to see what Marc-Andre does with his lineup. As we know, the lineups do reset. But once Pascal gets in the cube next, he will be penalized and start with 100K, so they might choose to not play him until Game 6, where it's absolutely necessary to play him. So,
oh, you're going to make this guy haul his ass all the way from Canada and then be like, you know what, we're not really sure we're going to put you in right now. Just hang tight for a minute.
hey, Marc-Andre is a cutthroat manager.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
You got to do what's best for the team. And Pass should be a team player and be like, I understand.
Also, I got the beers tonight.
He'll be like, it's cool, yo. My Uber is still waiting in the parking lot. I'm just going to go back. We could see some significant action. Pair against ace-queen. Jock is just 3-bet his ace-queen. There's the all-in from Mike McDonald. Will we be flipping? Jock calls.
Ooh.
McDonald at risk.
Not a pretty flop. Him covered, right?
I didn't think I did, but I'm not actually sure.
He does not, no.
It was Mike McDonald who was the player at risk.
Like 1,014.
I didn't even see that 7. I saw the ace. I saw
You
the
thought
ace.
it was going 3-0?
2 Biebers.
How many chips you got? Jocka all in with Jack high. Mike pairs his 8. This is going to be tough to come back from. It looks like Montreal is about to be on the board. Oh, we got some. We do have a draw developed now. Oh, runner. Diamond.
Don't call it a comeback.
Seriously, don't, because he only has 4 big blinds.
Joe, we remember that Frost Jock had a hot summer, swept Nanonoko here, made a WSOP final table.
Nanonoko's in the chat. That's
I know. WSOP final table, he finished 8th. Guess who finished 4th in that event?
Oh, I was there for that.
Mario.
What?
I always gotta.
She knows what?
No, when you
The
finished
3K
fourth in the
shootout.
World Series
Oh,
this
that's
year.
right, with Faraz. That was a real fun final, actually. It was some really amazing players.
What was even more fun
That
was
GPL run good.
Maria Ho buying me dinner at Nobu afterward. That was the best part.
I would say, man. Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty sure you made a good fold. I don't know exactly how many chips he had. But.
Chaka at head, but at risk.
Jack.
Ooh.
Willico running diamonds again.
Oh, wow.
It sure does. Montreal on the board. So Mike McDonald, 1 for 2 in the cube now.
Yeah.
Do you think that fatigue will play a role at all? Like if this match goes all 7 games, I mean that's a long day considering the pace we're playing at the moment.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, heads up takes a lot out of you. You're thinking, every hand you're thinking on a really high level, especially against these players. But I think both lineups have it in them to go to all 7 games without really feeling that pressure or fatigue.
Right. If you are Mike McDonald, you've got to be really happy right now to have gotten your team on the board. You don't want to be the first player to go 0 for 2 here in the playoffs.
No. And I think someone told me Mike has some side bets on the Nationals, so I feel like he was kind of taking matters into his own hands there.
I heard him discussing it on the way into the cube, him and Jonathan. I don't know what arrangement they reached, if any, but Timex is always good for a side bet. But I think that's probably going to make folks play a little bit harder too, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think any extra incentive is always good, so some people need that.
What's interesting at this point, Joe, is that the lineups do reset, so Ladder Sir could put Timex right back in the cube. That could be the right strategy, but if you do that, then you lose them until Game 7. So this is where it gets a little interesting for managers like Maria. She'll have a big decision later.
I mean, I might put Timex back in, honestly, just because, he's played 2 matches already. Maybe he's getting into a groove. He just came off winning that one, so maybe he feels really good, and there's a rhythm,
Yeah, so we don't know who's playing next, right? And when will we find that out? How's that all work, Eric?
We're currently with Faraz Jaka's team, so Faraz has to pick first, and then Montreal gets the advantage of knowing that player and then selecting their player.
And that, again, is based on
minutes.
the finish within the league.
Right.
So it's basically like having home field advantage.
Correct, which Maria's team will have a bit later on as well.
So, Maria, you were the number 2 team in the league this year.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
I mean, you always want to come in first, but of course, yes. We had a really great finish towards the end, and I'm really happy that we maintained our second spot pretty much all throughout.
Is there actual needling and bragging that goes on?
No, I don't know. I personally stayed away from that. I allowed other people to enjoy the needling. I think our team repped pretty hard all season, so loved it.
Joe,
Rep fairly hard.
Only one player in the GPL went undefeated in heads-up play. That's Aaron Paul. That was Maria's wildcard pick. So he went 2-0. He defeated Jonathan Jaffe, who's here. Uncomfortable.
Is it?
About to find out.
I mean,
and Jonathan Jaffe will be playing for San Fran. There you go.
Okay, so now
he's upset now because I called him out about losing to Aaron Paul.
So now we have to figure out, or Marc-Andre rather has to figure out who he wants to put in against Jonathan Jaffe. It was Mike McDonald the first time around. Do you think you let Timex take a second crack at the same guy?
I personally would, yes.
Yeah.
For a multitude of reasons, which I don't want to share just in case I come up with a similar spot later. But yes.
I want to know this reason so bad now.
I think the fact that Lefrancois has that penalty on him makes a huge difference here, because I do think Pascal would have been the player selected, but now that he's got the disadvantage, the team is still down, I think you have to go Timex, but he might choose to put himself in there and try to win it for the team.
Is there anything, now you guys probably don't think of it in terms like this, but is there anything to putting your worst player up against their best player, and that way you can save your best player?
As a sacrificial lamb?
Yeah.
I think sometimes, especially if there's already a chip deficit in play to begin with, for sure. Wow.
Yes, we just heard the fact that Pascal will be in the cube, so that's I'm very shocked about that. So we'll have a few beers with Marc-Andre after to hear what he has to say. But I mean, they're even in chips, right? So
Eric's just using that as an excuse to have a date with
I don't really drink,
Marc-Andre.
Joe, as you know. So yeah, he'll be buying me the Perrier water, which, by the way, went missing yesterday. Someone took some Perrier.
Let's take a look at Pascal's stats. and see why Marc-Andre may have put him in here. I honestly just think Marc-Andre is a decent human being and realize this dude just rushed his ass from another country to get here. You're going in.
Francois had a great start to the year. Was a top scoring player, top scorer actually for a while here in the GPL. Didn't end up the way that he wanted to, but 3 wins out of 7 heads-up matches. He was one of the 2 players that was selected to be a heads-up specialist for the team. So 3 wins out of 7 matches, 36 points, which is still very impressive. 5 points a game, Joe. That's a great rate, and a 57% percentage rate. As we mentioned, the more matches you play, the tougher it is to keep that up there. So, good season. Really great start, but did fizzle in the end, so we'll have to see if he can get it right back in there.
I mean, he's got a gigantic chance right now to get points where his team really, really needs it.
And he owes his team right now, right? He's the one that put them in this situation, so he owes the team. If he can win this, we're back to even, and we'll have to see what happens. But do you play him Game 7? If there's a Game 7, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, he's got the opportunity to tie things up here in the first playoff on Season 1 of the GPL. Let's take another look at Jonathan Jaffe's stats.
Yeah, right back into the cube for Jonathan Jaffe. No surprise here. Selected by Faraz Jaka as the heads-up specialist for the San Francisco Rush. Has won 4 of 9 matches. Is 1-for-1 so far, defeating Timex in Game 1. So Faraz Jaka really looking for those 33 points to come, to become more points here. 1 point, of course, on the line. If he does end up winning, that means that you do have him secured for Game 7 if that's necessary. But at 3-1, the San Francisco Rush would have 3 shots at eliminating the number 1 team in the league, and by quite a bit of margin. Maria's team was close, but Montreal really controlled the action all through the second half of the year. May 18th was the last time Montreal was not in first place. That was before we had suntans.
I just have a question.
Yeah?
So as far as the stats, we're taking a look at all those points and stuff. We've done accruing those points for the year.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
so
those are regular season stats.
Right.
Yeah.
So next year, next season, when we come back, those stats will be exactly the same as they are right now.
Correct.
Nothing's going to get added to over the next
That's
few
right.
days.
You'll be, when you get drafted, you'll be the same number of points as Maria Ho.
I don't know if I want to be drafted or not. This was great, by the way, when Maria did the draft.
I know what he's going to say.
When Maria did the draft, and then after the draft, I was like, hey, look, if you want some more fun personality on your team, I would be willing to come out as a wild card. And Maria's like, yes, that's a great idea. And then about 5 seconds later, I read a tweet that she's signed Aaron Paul for her team. It was like she was probably writing the tweet. As she was like, no, I'd love to put you on my team.
Hollywood actor, I got you, Joe.
I understand your decision. It's okay.
It was honestly so close between you and Aaron.
I can't compete with Todd from BoJack Horseman. I mean, come on.
Hulu's The Path.
Or Hulu's The Path. I think Season 2 is coming out soon. Ooh. Why am I plugging Aaron Paul? He's doing fine without me. I should be plugging the next match. Game number 4 is about to get underway. Pascal Lefrancois has made it all the way from Canada. Let's kick it on down to the cube.
Players, please enter the cube.
Bonne chance.
Bonne chance.
Do this.
Joe, at some point I do love this decision. Basically, you put us in this mess, you get us out of this mess. So, okay. This team is thinking a lot. We heard Timex earlier thinking aloud, and that was kind of scary. So, I really do think at this point, again, Pascal, you put us in this mess. Let's get out of it. 2-2, start over. Jonathan Jaffe has spent a ton of time in Montreal, actually winning WPT Montreal just a few years ago. It's very not uncommon to see Jonathan Jaffe in Montreal. We're at the Playground Poker Club in Kanawake.
Both players with similar hands here. Aggression's gonna win this pot. We got a puke bucket nearby because Pascal's looking a little peaked.
It's a long ride here.
Four-minute blind levels. Right now we're at 4 and 800, level 1, hand 4.
Joe Maria Ho is just joining us. Of course, LA Sunset, Sao Paulo Mets. They followed this match here. We already know the lineups for the first 3 games. Game 1, Olivier Bousquet against Darren Elias. That is a rematch. Bousquet defeating Elias early on in the season.
Bousquet!
Yeah, Chance Cornuth and Zhao Bauer are next. And Maria Ho will play Thiago Nishihima, WSOP bracelet winner, one of their top players. Hasn't lost a heads-up match in a long time in the GPL.
I met Thiago last night, right?
Great guy. You did meet him last night.
Thiago and Joao.
He wasn't wearing his WSOP bracelet. I was disappointed.
Funny that.
Yep. Speaking of bracelets, Pascal Lefrançois winning his bracelet way back in, what was it, 2010, I believe now. Yeah, 2010, just a few days before his friend, Jonathan Duhamel, won the main event.
Jonathan won the bracelet.
Pascal finishing very high in that main event, 11th in that same main event. So a bracelet and an 11th place finish. Not a bad week in Las Vegas.
Parle avec moi en français.
There we go.
Tu veux parler en français? Si on parle en français, on peut parler en français.
So both players requesting to speak in French. I will be translating, Joe, or you could translate.
Oui.
Mais je comprends rien.
Your accent is pretty good.
Merci.
It is very good.
J'habite à Montréal 3 ans.
So Jaffe confirming that he spent 3 years in Montreal.
I knew that.
Yeah. Took home a WPT title. Pascal finishing second in the very first WPT Montreal to Jonathan Roy. Or as you would call him, Jonathan Roy.
Roy, yeah. Good old Johnny Roy. Jaffe wins that pot without going to showdown.
We mentioned earlier that these two players met, Joe, in week 7. 2-1 victory for Jaffe over Lefrançois. That was Lefrançois' first loss at that time.
So a little bit of history between these two.
Nice.
Oh, nice. I had a 9.
Nice.
I feel like we're running out of conversation topics.
Was a misclick.
The raise?
Yeah.
Here it starts, the meta.
That was a misclick once again.
I have an easy decision.
I didn't know they had paid Twitch viewers. Filthy Gypsy 23 says, for the GPL being in its first season, graphics and production crew have done a great job. Commentary has been on point too. Good job, guys. What did that cost us?
Who was that?
Well, I assume it's from some sort of
That's my mom.
Russian Twitch stream farm. Pascal did catch his big card on the turn, but that's not good news for him. He's facing a very small river bet.
Nothing's painful for 2100.
I think that
I
tells
don't
you
think I can fold.
everything you need to know. It'll be slightly painful. Pascal calls.
Oh, King deuce.
Sees the king.
I knew I lost, but I really wanted to see it.
Yeah, that'd be frustrating if you couldn't see it.
We got some good copy pasta going on right now on Twitch.
Snowman almost kept you from getting here. New blind. Just want you to know I'm not raising big.
Joey mentioned François' big run in the main event in 2010. That was his biggest score. It would take you 2 years earlier, 2008, for Jonathan Jaffe's biggest score, his second place finish at the WPT World Poker Finals. Finishing first in that event is Las Vegas moneymaker Jonathan Little.
I'll even check the river probably.
Do you have like a giant board, like a cork board in your room with like a bunch of strings tying different cards together and faces, like you're putting together some crime and a procedural drama? How do you come up with these correlations?
Hey.
Jonathan Jaffe was at a final table with a guy from Azerbaijan, and you know who's once been to Azerbaijan? Pascal Lafrancois.
Confirmed. Jaffe's first score, by the way, 2005. We were so young back then.
That was my first year in poker.
Yeah, fourth place finish in a $100 buy-in tournament at the Empire State Championship
Why is that
at the Turning Stone.
recorded?
TheHandaMob.com.
2005 $100 tournaments are getting recorded?
Yeah. I just like to say Turning Stone. Uh-oh.
I say Russian Twitter farm, and walks in the Moscow Wolverines team captain. Jaffe, by the way, has rivered a set, knows it's the best hand, puts in a pretty big raise against the river value bet from Pascal. And Pascal makes the right fold. Well, let's welcome into the booth captain for the Moscow Wolverines, Anatoly Filatov. What's up, buddy?
It just, there weren't many rivers I was raising.
We'll have him turn your mic on in a second.
It was a pretty good one for me, too.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Still working on it. Let's try again.
Hi, everyone.
Nope. Nope. Just kidding, buddy. Let's just take that all over again from the top.
Hi, everyone.
There he is.
I'm making it in third time, I guess.
Yeah, there he is.
Joe, we decided to punish Anatoly because he and his friend ate all the tuna last night.
I made the nuts every hand versus Timex, we'll see.
I thought Roman was very cute.
He's great. Did you bring Roman for support, Anatoly?
Tomorrow.
Good.
I want to bring the whole country here, but we have some issue with Visa, you know.
Have you liked what you've seen so far?
What?
Which of these two teams would you rather play against?
I don't want to swim with dolphins, so...
So no Jaffe.
But it doesn't matter for us.
Oh, very confident.
First, we need to go to the finals.
One thing at a time, huh? Tens are the best hand. How much is this river value going to be for? 4,800. Small.
It is a thin value bet, so
Pascal paid off a small bet before on the river. What do you think, Anatoly?
fold.
Well, we can see the whole cards. What if you couldn't?
No, fold.
Still a fold. You've got a pretty wacky playing style, at least the first few times I saw you. You're like a real nut job out there. Do you still play the same, or have you...
It depends on my mood. Sometimes I go mad, sometimes in bad mood. So.
I saw you in an EPT one time have just an absolute mountain of chips that you could not even wrap your arms around, and an hour later you were out.
No way. There was once in Vienna, I guess.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Correct decision. That's twice that Lefrançois folded, made the right fold.
He's also not made the right fold. So, swings and roundabouts, I guess.
You know, Joe, that Anatoly was in total control of who the Moscow Wolverines would face in the playoffs. In the very last game of the year, Anatoly was facing Alex Luneau of the Paris Aviators. A Paris win and Moscow would have faced Paris in the first round. A Paris loss meant that Anatoly let Liv Bory and company into Vegas. So what made you decide to win that game, that match,
I wanted to play with Liv, so...
Yeah. And you got that that advantage as well to see Liv's lineup first. So we will see that very first game tomorrow, Joe. Anatoly Filatov of Moscow versus Liv Bory of the London Royals. It'll be manager versus manager to kick off the day tomorrow. So huge pivotal first match.
Eric, do we know if any of the teams are bringing more than 3 players?
Yeah, Russian.
Yeah, Dmitry Urbanovich will be the alternate for the Moscow team.
Nice.
Which means Dmitry could play in the second round, replacing one of the players on the Moscow team. These two teams here, Joe, Montreal and San Fran, actually are playing their alternates as their unfortunate injuries. The DL for Anton Wig and Jason Lavallee. So Phil Galfond and Marc-André Ladouceur were not scheduled to play in this round, but had to sub in last second.
Heck.
Go ahead.
Were you going to
I
read
was
the
going to say,
same thing?
Anatoly got to replace Joe in the booth. He was gracious enough to join us on a Sunday morning this summer in Las Vegas. So we thank Anatoly for that. And we thank Joe for taking the day off.
Of course, you're welcome.
All right, let's try to do some analysis here. What do you think, Anatoly?
Jaffe would bet or check. That's the point. Oh.
Jaffe did check.
He's out of position or what?
It's Pascal who's betting.
Just check all.
Not going to get the fold he wants, but he does pick up a draw on the turn.
That could be interesting. If Pascal bets here the turn, the question, would he bet the river or not? He has to decide now.
You're saying if you bet here and then miss, you've got to fire river anyway?
You have to commit.
Most of the times.
Heck, Jacobo on Twitch says, "Yo, GPL, hook me up with a hoodie." Have we got?
Yeah, globalpokerleague.com. Your swag is available there.
Cool.
Buy it now.
So we can't hook you up with a hoodie, but we can hook you up with a link to buy your own hoodie.
Correct.
So Jeffy folds, right?
Any merit to a tight fold there?
If you made a tight fold, depends on what you add.
What do you think about that fold? That's a curious fold.
I'm not sure. In this deep. It
How loud
could be.
is that in
It
your ear
could
when you
be.
do that?
It sucks.
Are they all sharing the same water bottles in there?
When I played Jeffy, he was more aggressive, you know.
Yeah.
He played re-raise, the bluff on the river, and all this stuff. Such a nits.
Jonathan Jaffe and nit has rarely been said. Anatoly, the Russian poker community has really been excited for your team. You've hosted the GPL on your stream as well. Talk to us about the Russian nation and how they've supported the Moscow Wolverines this year.
Yeah, we usually attack your chat.
Yeah, that's great. We like that.
Because you need to embrace and do all this stuff. So, yeah, that's what you saw. A lot of Russian fans.
The invasion. We like it. Now that we know the lineup for the London team, that's quite an impressive lineup with Liv Bory, with Igor Kurganov, with Justin Bonomo. How do you anticipate that match going tomorrow?
Actually, I'm not sure, but we have a chip advantage.
Yep.
So I feel pretty comfortable with that. And as Maria said, we're here to have fun, not only for playing.
Pascal a little itchy. His legs are probably tired from flying and waiting to fly earlier this morning.
So he get here straight from the airport?
Correct. We picked him up just a few moments ago.
Actually, Andriy and Dmitry, they had some problems to go here. Andriy was like 3 minutes away before his flight gone, but he get lucky. That's how we prepare.
That's how the Wolverines are preparing this year.
And Dmitry had to buy a ticket from United States when he was in Panama. So.
Do you get a good grilling at customs when you come over from Russia? Do they ask you a lot of questions?
Not a lot.
That's good. They can be real jerks, let me tell you.
Excuse me. If you're just joining us, Timex having issues with customs just a few hours ago.
It seemed to be one of the more mild-mannered conversations that I've heard of poker players having to deal with, but I get real nervous in those situations, man.
I do as well.
I have a fear of authority.
You do?
I have a guilty conscience, that's why.
No way. You know, this guy there looked so tough. No, relax, you know.
You're just a cool dude. You walk up there with your boomerang bow tie and your smooth talking Russian jive.
I will do it tomorrow.
Qu'est-ce que tu penses?
Oh, so Jaffe asking to Francois what he's thinking right now.
I think he asked, how much is your bridge?
Like it better.
Let me handle the French translations here.
What's fear en français?
Fear?
Oui.
Peur.
Peur.
Well said.
Est-ce que tu perds le cat bed?
C'est bon que j'ai peur.
What about a cat bed?
Fuck, I can't compete with that.
Gotta give him credit for trying.
Yeah, good job.
Before Jeffy goes to the cube, he told me that he has Ukrainian and Russian grandma or someone, I guess. But I'm not sure was it true or not.
See, he told us this summer he had a French-Canadian grandma.
She's the one that got him into dolphin training.
Yeah.
Right. Pedro in chat talking about baguettes. Pedro, baguette is feminine, so it's la baguette, not le baguette. But good job anyway.
Shit,
I know
mine's
that
are
you're-
big.
I know.
Are you
that's
kidding me? A
really
baguette is feminine? Look at that thing.
Fun game.
Come on.
Poker for a living and get scared. It's
It's
a really scary existence.
Yeah.
Like every day, you're just trembling with anxiety.
It is.
Scared.
Lines of 1,500, 3,000. Nearly even in chips. Do you think that with the amount of trouble Pascal had getting here, that it may affect the way he plays, not just in a distraction sort of way, but like maybe not as aggressively as he maybe would otherwise because he just took 40 hours to get here and wants to last for more than 4 minutes in the cube?
I guess it could.
Yeah.
It's good. It's a good question I just asked. It's no big deal.
Although the players are used to pressure-filled situations, Joe, one thing I do feel is I'm sure that Pascal feels bad for the situation he's put his team in. So that probably does, you talked about guilty consciences earlier. That might come into play here because he would feel bad about not being here on time and costing his team a few points.
For good reason.
But if he wins,
right back in it. You're
all
right.
good in the hood.
Yep. He'd also be defeating one of the top, heads-up players in the GPL, so that would really give the momentum to the team. That's where you might see Timex back in the cube after that, and then suddenly Montreal could be in a driver's seat after Game 5.
We are definitely going to see Timex back in the cube. Top pair, decent flush draw.
if he bets, Jeffy folds.
He does not bet, he checks.
Oh.
Why'd you say oh like that? What happened?
Chop pot.
Does one player ever fold here?
No.
Just goes bet call always.
Check raise, I guess. Like 18? No, 16.
Doesn't Pascal Lafrancois look a lot like Tim Turn?
Yes, yes. Tim Turn of ESPN fame now.
What's he cover? Wrestling for them?
Wrestling, WWE on ESPN.
Whoa.
So bet, raise, call. Don't worry, everyone.
Teasy with the green screen. I was like, Pass didn't look like he bluffed after he looked up. You were looking up like, well, what's the verdict? I was happy to chop that after you look up on the call.
Screen flashes green if you win a pot, red if you lose.
Yeah.
Technically, a chop pot is a win.
Does someone use a timeout?
No.
Timeouts have been banned.
Banned.
Timex was spitting in that, just so you know.
He would never do that.
He was upset at Faraz or something, I don't know.
This kid's funny, I like him.
Good job, Joe. He does look like Tim Turn. Pascal, who celebrated her birthday just a few days ago.
That's why he's late, right?
That's right. Turned 29 years old. Oof.
No.
It's Pascal with the best hand, but Jaffe, the aggressor. Lucas says, chop pot, always disgusting because you think you got a lot of chips.
The 9 is a kind of blank, so Jeffy could just check behind.
You're saying it's tough to get 3 streets of value with just ace queen high?
It's tough. Against Francois, not against me.
He could definitely fold out a better hand. Is there anything to, now it seems like checking here is obvious, but is there anything to betting to protect a little bit?
No. There's no reason to bet.
And bet he does not do, he does check. You agree with the check there? Not much you can do.
Yeah, I do.
Tough to rep a ton here. And Pascal takes the free showdown. Deuce is good.
Just hours after celebrating his birthday, Francois won the WPT Montreal 10K high roller for $94,000.
Wow.
So he's coming in hot into the GPL playoffs. Also finished 58th in the main event, won by our good friend, Mike Sexton.
Brickadoo, brickadoo. I can't believe it, Vince.
I think I'll have to speed up a little bit.
What's your clock?
5
Like
minutes.
5?
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot, come on. Just 10 seconds every time.
Steven Nickel on Twitch says, trivia, what is the final hand in Cincinnati Kid? I believe it's poker. 7-card stud if you want to be more specific. Jaffe picks up this pot, and these two are still pretty much even. Slight advantage for Pascal.
Now Jaffe could start limping, I guess, but he doesn't do that. Blinds are too high, so there's no reason to make pot bigger, I guess.
Both players whiff. Jaffe has the advantage of aggression and position. Pascal's studying Jaffe a little bit more than we've seen the other players sort of give looks to each other.
Francois does love it at the Playground Poker Club. Not only did he win the high roller this year, finished second in the main event a few years ago, he also finished second in the high roller in 2014. Sao Paulo met Darren Elias, who's in the audience, finished third in that event. He also finished seventh in the PCA in 2014. That is where Mr. Mike Timex McDonald almost won his second EPT title.
I know, that was epic. That is one of my best / worst memories of the EPT.
Yeah.
Is that that PCA. It's so weird how sometimes certain players can start off like in your mind as the villain. So in that case, Dominic Panka was the villain, and but then you get to know them a little bit and you see them on the scene and you're like, oh, that kid's not a villain at all.
Sweetheart.
He's like kind of awesome. Same thing with Igor Kurganov when Igor beat Daniel in the high roller in Monaco. I was like, who's this off? This Kurganov guy who's beating my friend Daniel. And then you're like, oh no, Igor's awesome dude too. Quick correction for Mubak. The commentators in the booth right now are Joe Stapleton, Eric Danis, and Anatoly Filatov. Sarah Herring. doing some sideline reporting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So another chop hot.
Someone could jam. Over bad. Just bad.
Anatoly, what's your favorite jam band? Fish?
What?
All in. Jaffe calls. We are going to have another chop pot. Blind to 2,500, 5,000.
Jaffe never folds, even all in.
I think you would have got it from me on an innocuous run out.
These two are still dead even in chips.
You raised, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Don't you want to reset and play deep?
100%.
No.
I love playing in here. I just
I know.
We play for 15 minutes and then we're going to
Poppy says Jaffe seems like a station. You think that's fair, Anatoly?
No, not a
wild.
kind of.
Yeah. A little bit.
40%.
40% station.
That could be it. But Pascal raises the first time. He could call, but this mostly the shove. Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
That didn't go well.
I don't know who's actually out in front in this hand, at least chips-wise. I do know who the favorite is.
We need a hard on the turn. No.
5.
5.
No, 4. Oh my God.
Called for the sink and got there, and it looks like Jaffe is conceded.
You had me, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it says 200.
Francois had him slightly out-chipped. That means we are now tied up. We've played 4 matches. First 2 went Rush, second 2 went Montreal Nationals. Anatoly, did you like what you see now, huh? Look at that. This guy,
I do.
This guy loves himself. Come on. That's my job. Anatoly, what's about the play that you saw there? Anything you loved, anything you hated?
It was pretty close. The third game and the first game was pretty close. San Francisco get it even, then they played, and just the cooler. Before that, there was a flip. And now it's 2-2. It could be 4-0 now, but that's poker.
Do you think that with the skill level of all the players involved, that in order for us to really... Well, I mean, we're going to get to a winner no matter what, but is it just about like making as few mistakes as possible? Like even 1 or 2 could mean being eliminated from this?
Yeah, if you make the huge mistake, that could be it. But maybe someone need to change the strategy. No one 3-bet light. Come on, guys. Let's make the show.
You know, Joe, all is forgiven now, right? Lefrancois wins. All is forgiven. And we're now tied at 2. The fact is that these 2 players, we won't see them until Game 7 if those 2 managers select them. I highly doubt that Lefrancois would be selected because he'd be at even chips.
Why? He's 1 for 1.
He is 1 for 1. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. So,
yeah, it makes sense, obviously, that you wouldn't put Lefrancois in for the final match because you're going to need those chips. It's just too much to give up, like a 33% increase on the original stack. Who do we got up next?
Yeah, Phil Galfond back in the queue for the San Francisco Rush, and Timex is back at it again. Boy, this is the pick that I had for this last game, but now it's perfect. It's a perfect situation for Marc-André Ladouceur. Looking good. If Timex can beat Galfond here, suddenly Montreal now has 2 chances at eliminating the San Francisco Rush, and he could use either Marc-André or Timex in that Game 7. Or maybe you just gamble and put Lefrancois in and have some fun, but I doubt that'll happen. So all is forgiven, and really suddenly, Joe and Anatoly, we're tied at 2. It's a best of 3 now, so coin flips all around. It's really interesting to see what's happened. San Francisco has totally lost that momentum. Montreal now has the momentum and has those extra chips, those bonus chips that they fought for. The same will happen with Anatoly's team tomorrow. So suddenly Montreal right back in it, and now favored once again to win because they do have that advantage.
Anatoly, how much do you think those extra chips actually are an advantage?
The structure is very fast, so it's not a huge advantage. I guess like maybe 7%, 10%, something like that.
It's great because I was going to ask him to put an actual number on it, and he said 7
did?
to 10%, but I don't even know what that means, really.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
So, okay, good. We're all on the same page about that.
By the way, I think internet nerds, you're welcome. You're about to see Timex and OMG Clay Aiken play. That's pretty cool for a guy like me.
That's who Phil
That's pretty
Galfond
exciting.
is.
Yeah, it's pretty right. It's an exciting match, right? Timex
Yeah,
and Galfond.
that will be 3-2 anyway.
That's right. That's right. Those pivotal matches, Joel, the games 1, 3, 5, the odd number matches, we always have a person or team leading, so that'll be exciting using that sports metaphor, Joseph.
Anatoly, do you have a prediction as to who will be the 3 and who will be the 2 after we see this match?
I put on Timex because he has an advantage in chips. But I would like to see that San Francisco take the lead. So I'm interested in this
Why?
match too. Because it's more interesting. You have an advantage, but then you're losing 2-3.
Right.
More entertaining.
So you just want the drama.
Yeah, I want the drama.
The way he plays, he's all about the drama, right?
He is
It was no drama. We finished on the first place.
He's a very exciting player to watch.
It is drama. You decided who you would play in the first round. You did that. You
Yeah.
had full control.
Yeah, leave Bori.
That's right.
All right, well, we're about to see Timex in the cage for the 3rd time today. Let's revisit his stats.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, he had not played a heads-up match, Joe and Anatoly, until the finals of the playoffs here. He's now 1-1, lost that first match. Again, started that match at even chips, did not get the advantage with Pascal Lefrançois, unfortunately arriving late. So he subbed in for Pascal, but did not have that chip advantage that Montreal will have in this game 5 now, with Montreal now tied up 2-2 against the Rush. So, it's hard to bet against Timex when he has those chips, has the momentum. We'll have to see what happens in this one.
All right, and Philip Galfond?
What else can we say about Philip Galfond? We mentioned the fact that it was a tough start to the year in the GPL, but when it mattered most, when that team, the San Francisco Rush, needed points late, Galfond was there and really played a spectacular match. I urge you to watch Galfond versus Little, San Francisco versus Las Vegas from late in the season, where Phil Galfond made 2 absolutely just remarkable plays and just blew me out of the water, and that's hard to do when you do 20 some hours of this a week. So really,
I'm so glad you ended that
play.
sentence with "out of the water."
Yeah.
That would have been very awkward otherwise. I just wanted to mention, so in this match coming up, Phil's got to win today. Timex has got to win today. He's also got a loss. But either one of these two guys is going to be the first to get to 2 wins today.
Yeah.
And I assume that's something you want to do for your team. So I think these guys are probably going to fight pretty hard.
It also, by the way, automatically sets up the managers, La Douceur and Jacka playing in Game 6. That is for sure now. So that'll be interesting to see as well.
And I hope they will speak more. Not even peeling with the eyes of Timex.
Do you understand at some point, Anatoly, that it might be just a lot of more pressure on the players? Is that why you don't think they're talking as much as they would maybe in the summer series, where it might have been a little more fun and it was still a lot of time before the playoffs?
Maybe. I'll show you tomorrow.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, we definitely know that.
Anatoly is going to show us tomorrow, but for right now, Timex and Phil Galfond are going to show us how it's going to get done in the cube.
Players, please enter the cube.
That graphic
noticed
there.
the big bluff that I tried last match?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Saw that one. I'm not gonna lie, 15 or 16-year-old Mike, or 18-year-old Mike would have been so excited if he knew one day he'd get to play heads up with OMG Clay Aiken. It was, you were definitely like my biggest hero back when I was coming through the ranks.
Joe, is it sad that 40-year-old Eric Danis is really excited about this one?
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Sorry.
Shortly after, I guess.
Pair on pair to start things off.
By the way, 31-year-old Phil Galfond being told by 27-year-old Mike McDonald that I looked up to you when I was a kid. Pretty spectacular.
Haven't these guys ever heard of Chris Jesus Ferguson?
How old is he?
Old.
A couple thousand years at least. So both players pick up a heart draw.
Mike should call here.
And both players make their heart draw. Ara Boyle Cash Money on Twitch says GPL makes me want to DJ hard. Make sure you play on Poker Stars.
Five high flash is too small, so Mike should have checked.
Womp womp. Yes.
Should have just gotten it in pre.
Get it done with quick.
I'm only playing pairs.
Me too. Same strategy.
Cool.
So Timex has jumped out to the early lead.
We can skip the first rounds, first
Too
level, because they
small
play
pots.
they play small ball.
Now, we did see one match that went one hand this summer, right? Did that happen, or was it two hands?
Yeah, we saw it. We did see Jason Wheeler lose in the first hand. I think there was another one too that I forget, but Jason Wheeler did lose very first hand.
With the bluff?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What place they finished in their conference?
They did not make the playoffs, Anatoly.
Okay.
Good call. The New York Rounders were eliminated earlier this season.
Yeah, too quick. Going for the tank call.
Yeah.
I mentioned that Little and Galfond match earlier. The one Galfond win in that match allowed them to eliminate the Las Vegas Moneymakers from the playoffs. And Phil followed that up just 2 weeks later, defeating Felipe Ramos 2-1 in order to help the Rush make the playoffs. So really key end of the year for Galfond and the Rush.
And we see the first 3-bet.
Not a light 3-bet, though, disappointingly, to Anatoly.
Yeah, oh, nice board.
So when you have King Jack and you 3-bet and you see this board, you really in your head think, nice board? I think, damn it! Missed everything!
I don't think so. He still has some gut shot, the backdoor flop
Are you
draw,
used to,
but
are you used to making draws? Is that the world you
he
live
doesn't
in?
know that it's dominated, but it's still okay. It's still draw.
Galfond makes a second pair on the turn.
Now Mike could bet to take this spot.
Nobody ever makes a gut shot. I mean, your opponent does, but you don't.
I usually do.
You're the one. I like your attitude, Filatov.
You have to try at least.
You gotta believe it.
Mic check.
Slam dunk value bet spot. Half pot.
Wow.
Blinds are up 6 and 1200.
We're not going to be quite as entertaining as some of the other guys.
Probably not, no.
Which other
It's good when
guys?
Jeffy's in here.
Yeah, it is.
Jeffy did have that one really good line. Yeah.
It was a good fold. Mike just check fold, check fold.
He didn't have anything. He had king high.
He had the gut shot and he had 3 bets, so the ace high board.
I love the
he
world you
could
live in where a
bet.
gut shot counts for
He
something.
could bet.
Timex with the chip lead and the best hand. Pretty strong lock on this hand. He checks.
Come on, field bluff. No.
Phil does not want to make you happy. If your Mike and Phil checks behind there, are you pretty confident about your 7?
So that will be check. What's your prediction?
Check. Pretty tough to value bet.
Bluff.
No bluff. Showdown. Mike wins another small one.
No, you're...
Big blind.
What is going on? It's showing me, like, not the right buttons. I guess I can type them up.
Oh.
Well, this could be a bit of a shame. Galfon flops top pair, 2 pair for Timex.
Yeah, Mike could win like 30,000, I guess.
That's about half pot. Phil looks suspicious, but obviously he can't go anywhere.
It seems like he's gonna bet. Oh.
Just calls. Sorry, bets, you're right.
It's a blocking bet. Kind of interesting play. But it looks like a blocking bet, and it is a blocking bet, so Mike could raise here, but
It's just weird. I mean, is Phil gonna often make that bet with a hand that Mike's losing to? I guess some small percentage of the time, but not super often.
yeah. But this guy there played GDO, so maybe he could bet a 4 here and other strong hands. The killing card, killing action.
Hero Value on Twitch says the elite GTO line. Robert Leeson says that does seem pretty GTO. Do you think that it's GTO because it's GTO or because Phil did it?
Yeah, I do. Exactly.
I think it's pretty easy to take whatever line Phil takes and be like, yeah, that's GTO. Yeah, yep. It's game theory optimal.
I prefer to play by feelings.
Showdown.
I'm pretty sure I heard them say 2-pair Timex in my...
Oh, really?
Like when the flop was dealt, so just wanted to...
Yeah, I heard like them get louder, but I didn't hear that.
Okay.
We should, well, I guess they can hear us.
Yeah, I'm sure they can.
Fold, Timex.
Test.
What just happened?
I just folded. Oh my god, I opened fold. I folded the big blind. I'm an idiot.
Okay.
It was against Kings, Mike. You're fine.
Serious? Oh man. Wow. Skill game. Holy shit.
Is it possible to fold the big blind here?
Apparently.
Wow, nice.
I think if they're going to make it realistic that you can fold the big blind, they should make it so you can accidentally expose your hand too.
Well, if you meant to open fold, it probably wasn't getting in pretty.
Yeah. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Phil has to bet here to take the pot.
So you've claimed your team's water bottle?
I guess. They told us they were subbing these out. I don't know if that's actually true or not.
Hasn't happened. Not once. I would lay any amount of money on it.
Taking the chance.
We only have 2 bottles.
Probably smart.
Why replace the water bottles when we just hand out Listerine strips?
So Phil is betting this board and Mike would just check call here. They both have equity.
As you can see by our handy equity calculators on screen. McDonald pairs his ace. Phil's equity was just obliterated. Russ DT says they should make it so you can show 1 card. I think we might see that in future seasons. Is this something I should not read out loud? It's okay.
It's okay.
Says Anatoly, tell them what Barabaka means.
The Barabaga, this is a word that we spam the GPL chat from Russia. It means kind of expression. And
is it a clean expression?
yeah, it's clean.
Okay. Blinds are up to 1,000, 2,000. Hand number 13. Mike McDonald slowly chipping away at Phil Galfond. Fobeta asked, do you think players would get different results if the match was with real cards and chips? Interesting but pointless question.
I don't think so.
It shouldn't.
But you could misclick with the chips or...
Right, except for a misclick situation.
Timex put his arms in the pockets, maybe
That's
that could work with the chips.
Dicey 3-bet pot. McDonald hits his live card. But Galfond's got the Anatoly gut shot.
But that's more than gut shot. Overcard. The backdoor flash draw.
He sees all the angles, this kid. How old are you?
Just guess.
26.
28.
28.
People tell me I'm 23 or 24 usually, but
I would have guessed that young, but I know you've been around for a little while. Timex giving him the business, the old stare down.
he should call here.
And call he does.
Oh.
Wow, gut shots do come in. Dreams do come true.
But if Phil bets big here, Timex would fold. So he has to check or he has to bet small.
%7 chance.
But he has only 56k.
This hand ends in a chop.
Check. Mike can take a free card.
I mean, seeing the whole cards, that seems like the obvious move. What else would he be considering?
Come on, free card.
There it is.
Oh.
That's bad news. Both players have straights. I don't want to talk too loud. I don't want to... You heard me before. Both players have straights. Galvan's slightly better.
If Phil bets, Mike calls. If he checks, Mike bets. So it's double up.
Phil's going for the full double up. Mike calls.
That's a good hand.
It is a good hand.
Good river.
Nut straight.
In turn, I guess.
Brutal river for Timex. That is going to put Mike McDonald in a very precarious position.
I have 170.
Yeah, I've got 56.
56, thank you.
No problem.
Phil should have bet this turn and Mike would fold, so nothing special.
What about the gut shot?
But he's out of position, his bottom gut shot. No, too many overcards. You know, when Galvan bets big, it seems like, okay, I'm gonna fold anything except 2 pair plus.
Ooh, the Montreal Nationals on Twitch telling me, calm down, Joe. 24 big blinds is heaps for Timex. How about 17 big blinds?
It's still okay, you just need to double up.
Sound advice. Brad Poker 47 says, I really don't like Mike. Well, you are wrong, sir. He is a gentleman and a scholar. He is a nice boy, that Mike McDonald.
Yep. And he peels you on the table.
That he does. Phil with the best hand again. Starts off dominating. TK. Painful fold, but he ain't got much.
It could be the best hand, but
not with 13 big blinds left.
Do that and then raise.
yeah.
Tough to speculate on king highs.
Wow, Phil has a lot of big hands. Limp.
Domination nation once again.
So you've like 40 something?
Yeah, 38 back.
38 back. Thank you.
No problem.
Call, come on. Oh, no.
Oh, and Ameline.
Nine, 5.
Phil checks his pre-flop option. Timex pairs his 5.
Now Phil has an equity. He could bet here. Put some pressure on Mike. No.
No pressure. Check.
No 9 on the river.
Check, check. Free river. And guess what?
9.
Mr. Filatov. You just said 9. The universe doesn't hear no 9. It just hears 9. This could be pretty dicey. Would you say Phil's hand is fairly well disguised also?
Yeah, but Phil bets like 5k. Mike would just call, I guess. I'm not sure about shoving here. But they check. Usually you have the best hand with 2 pair, but
Mike does just call. And whoops.
Raise would have worked.
Another somewhat good-looking river card from Mike McDonald turns out to be way better looking for Phil Galfond. He is down to 10 big blinds.
26.7 back.
Thank you.
No problem.
come on, limp, Phil. Mike could shove here. That's a good spot to shove. But
Yes, he does. He is going to get snap called by 2 10s. Mike does pair his 3 on the flop.
From the last match, like it looks like I always have a big hand when I limp. I promise I don't.
Well, it's just you'll limp
Yeah.
5 times, and
Yeah.
or I mean, you got 5 chances to limp and had good hands like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
It's over.
Game, man.
Yeah. Good game.
Mike McDonald now 1 and 2 in the cube during today's playoffs, and the San Francisco Rush go up 3 games to 2. That means Montreal is on the chopping block.
1 game away from elimination, and that's not what we expected when the day started. But it's critical condition, I guess, Anatoly, with the Nats needing to win 2 in a row now to survive.
yeah, that's an intrigue, and I need to think about tomorrow because like they had an advantage, but these games are so close. So we'll discuss it with my guys.
And what a spot for Marc-Andre Ladouceur right now, who is in a sudden death situation for his team.
Yeah.
He is the manager, he is the leader, and he is up next in the cube. It all rests on his shoulders. Kind of fitting, I guess, that if you're going to get into this situation, that it be the manager that has to face the brunt of this pressure.
Neither player have won, so they're both 0-1. So I guess both looking for the victory. Would be very satisfying, I'm sure, for Faraz Jaka to close it for his team as the team manager, but Ladouceur will be fighting to survive and force a 7th match, and then we'll see who gets to play that match. That'll be exciting.
I mean, yeah, I guess either way that, for Marc-Andre, he's got, a lot riding on his shoulders right now because he's got this match, and if he wins it, he then has to make the decision as to who to put in the game for game number 7. So lots to be done here for the Montreal Nationals.
Yeah. That's fair, right?
Yeah.
Totally. No, it's better. I mean, look, that's the job you signed on for when you decided to be a team captain, a team manager here in the GPL. Anatoly, I know there was a few spots there where things didn't go exactly the way you predicted. Anything that you remember specifically you would have done differently?
I'm not sure. I guess the Canadians just had the bad run here because you can't do anything if you have the straight and the other team had the better straight and all these things. So, but we'll see now.
Have we seen any matches so far, any games so far, where it just hasn't really come down to who ran slightly better?
I guess San Francisco ran slightly better.
Yeah, right. It seems like when these games where it's the best poker players in the world and they're pretty much evenly matched, it's just going to come down to that a lot of the time. That's why we are playing best of 7 games here for the Americas Conference playoffs. And we could be done after this very next match.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see what happens next. Again, manager versus manager. I guess for you guys, that's what you guys want. That's what you will get tomorrow, Anatoly, against Liv. Boy, it's got to be a lot of pressure on those two managers. The winner gets to survive if you're Marc-Andre, and if you're Faraz, you get to eliminate the number 1 team in the GPL.
Yep, you're right. But it's more pressure on Mark, so Faraz could relax and play and have fun and speak a lot.
Yeah, and technically we could see these two back at it Game 7 if they want to. So we'll take a look at Marc-Andre's statistics from the season. Mentioned earlier, Joe, not the best of seasons, but still very solid. 2 wins out of 5 matches is actually very, very, very good. One of those 2 matches, one coming against Olivier Bousquet, is 1-1 against Bousquet this year. Collected 39% points efficiency, a little low, and collecting 8% of the team points. That being said, Mark deciding to really spread the wealth when it comes to the Montreal team. All players playing almost an even number of matches. Timex actually playing just a little more than his partners. So really well spread out for that team, just like Anatoly, who decided to he needed to play a bit more as you seem to be substituting a lot. You were taking the place of players since all the Russians were winning everything, including Vladimir Troyanovsky in Monaco. So you had to take over for that week. So a lot of spreading of the wealth for the Montreal Nationals.
All right, let's take a look at Faraz's stats.
And speaking of well done, 3 wins out of 6 matches, very well done by Faraz Jaka. Just a good season for Faraz. 64% efficiency, places him right up top 3 in the league. That's quite impressive, picking up 64% of the points available to him, 20% of the team points. Again, outside of Jonathan Jaffe, that team again spreading the wealth within the players. Galfon playing a little less, but really, players for the most part playing the same even number of matches. Again, Jaffe selected as the heads-up specialist, and all the other players just splitting time between both heads-up and 6-max.
Eric, I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. What are you doing on your computer over there the whole time? Are you updating the stats like in real time?
Correct, yes. And we're also updating the board as you see inside the cube, so we get that done right on the button.
He's also booking all the players' flights home.
Yeah.
And submitting receipts to accounting all at the same
Once
time.
a team is eliminated, one button and they're gone.
He's signing all the checks over here. Eric wears many hats here on the GPL. So, to quickly recap, San Francisco Rush, they're ahead right now, 3-2. The Montreal Nationals are facing elimination. And we're ready. We're ready right now for the next game. This could be it for the Nationals. It's sudden death time for them. Marc-Andre Ladouceur versus Faraz Jaka. Let's kick it on down to the cube.
Players, please enter the cube.
Yeah, I don't know you want to drink off that. Here, easy first one.
First blood, rush.
Joe, you could tell there that Marc-Andre not smiling for the camera, really, you can feel the pressure. And you saw Faraj actually smiling. Of course, no pressure on him. If he does lose this match, as Anatoly mentioned, they get another shot. And quite possibly Jonathan Jaffe back in a cube for a Game 7. So a lot of pressure on Nadusrar, way less pressure on Jaka in this one.
I'm excited how well Mark plays because he usually plays solid. I don't remember that he make any mistake, but maybe he need to put some extra pressure on Jaka, like to play more big. I'm not sure about that. Will he change anything or not?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it is broke, probably it's just cheaper to buy a new one. That's what I always say.
I like the start. 3-bet with 6-4 off. Mark calling. A good board for Mark. Faras has some equity too. That could be a huge pot. 5 on the turn.
Sing it, Anatoly. Two, three, 4, 6 is nothing right now, right?
Right now, nothing.
I don't have my calculator.
Call. 5.
23K pot and a spade on the turn.
Dime to check fold.
So far, Marc-Andre doing his best to keep the Nationals alive. Hey, where'd you guys get the name Nationals from?
Don't you remember? Nationals does,
Isn't that the
scoop
team?
up the whole
isn't that the
country.
team that the Expos became?
Yes, but it's also the name of my hometown minor hockey association, Joe. So
it's pretty funny that you named the Montreal team after the team that replaced the Expos.
Faras decide to fire. Wrong time.
And Faraz does not improve on the river, which is probably going to be helpful for him. You think he blasts off here?
No, he would just fold. This is a blank.
Nothing to rep?
Nothing. The only flush.
He does check.
Yeah, it's time to surrender.
The old Faraz didn't care if there was anything on the board to rep, but new Faraz, solid.
It's not solid to make the second bullet on this board, but
solider.
$36,000. Come on.
Eric Henchman is hypothesizing that maybe the Nationals is a little tip of the cap to Quebec having its own country. No. Really? It wasn't a politically charged FU to the Canadian government?
no, there are politics in the province of Quebec and in Canada, Joe. But you'll notice that we do have the fleur-de-lis and the maple leaf on the team logo. That was important to add both, of course.
Well represented. And on hand number 4, Marc-Andre Ladouceur already has a 2-1 chip lead.
But they're still deep.
They are still deep, that is true.
So for us, has to continue 3-betting. Actually, they're playing almost like 4 hours.
We're going on 4 hours.
4 hours, then 4 hours, and then 4 hours.
Joe gets paid by the hour, so we're fine. $6 an hour, Joe. Thank you.
And he has a chair, actually.
He does, yeah.
Don't show the seams.
So serious now, we're about to get eliminated.
Stakes are getting high.
Steak. Rum Cake says these guys need to talk more. Does he mean for entertainment value or just in general, like they need to be better friends and communicate?
They are good friends.
It's difficult to talk when you put your tournament life or your playoff life on the line, so I understand it.
I've seen you look pretty cool with your tournament life on the line on more than one occasion, but it's good that you can empathize.
Three of clubs. Could be...
No 3 clubs. We are 6 hands in, and Marc-Andre Ladouceur has not had many losing hands.
If Jacob bets big here, Mark could probably fold on this river, but yeah, it's better to surrender.
Hey, Eric, gotta get 205 says, hey, Joe, can I get a shout out? My name is Blake. What is a shout out again?
It's when you say, hey, how you doing?
Oh, I want to be like, yo, what's up, Blake? Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
You the man.
He'd like to hear that.
No, I don't do that. Sorry, Blake. Pair on pair.
Second pair. Check behind.
Correct. 5 on the river changes nothing.
That's 6K.
Murphy Law says this music reminds him of the end of Black Mirror when the twist comes. But I've broke my reading glasses. Almost 6K, 5,800.
Yeah, and Mark has the bluff catch, but yeah, good fold.
Jaka gets a little bit back. Blinds are up.
Which one?
All of them. Any of them.
I didn't bluff you.
Jaka kicking it up to 4,000 with deuces. Marc-Andre, queen, jack. You ever 3-betting this?
No, just call. Oh.
Well, Marc-Andre is 3-betting it occasionally. Now is one of those occasions.
Reminder that neither player has won a game so far. Ladusar losing to Galfon, who's 2-0 in this series.
Fold.
Whereas Jaka lost to Timex, and that was Montreal's first game victory at that point. Now 3-2 San Francisco, 1 game away from facing the winner of Sao Paulo and LA later on tonight for a spot in the GPL finals on Thursday, possibly against Anatoly Filatov's monster Moscow Wolverines.
Wait, there's more of this?
Oh yeah, yeah.
When you said 4 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours, you weren't joking, were you?
What?
Nothing. I just gotta call somebody and let them know I'm not gonna be late for dinner.
As far as folded deuces, that's a good fold, I guess. But I wouldn't do that. I know it's not a good call, but I would call. Just to the flop.
It's a pair.
Yeah, it
You
is.
can hit a set.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly.
You know what's annoying is hitting a set of deuces and still losing. I hate that.
I hate that too. Everyone hates that.
That's bad.
The reason that you're catching your set is to win.
You're supposed to win, exactly. I have a set, I win. This flop goes check, check. Faraz picks up a second pair on the turn. Not much happening.
The nuts.
Yeah, not much happening for Marc-Andre.
He doesn't make mistakes, so no equity, no bluff. Checking.
Au revoir. Lines at 1,000 to 2,000.
Here. I want to play that one.
Tilting?
Huh?
Tilting?
You for folding?
Yeah.
Maybe.
The blinds at 2,000 now.
1-2, yeah.
So how many hands will they play? What's your prediction? 25
27 hands.
20, okay, I'll take less.
You take the under?
Yeah.
I'll bet you played a pierogies on it.
What?
No, you don't like pierogies?
I don't know what is that.
Pierogi?
Yeah, pierogi.
Yeah, sorry.
You have to speak without your accent.
Pierogi. Uh-oh. Man, the under might be looking good depending on what happens on this flop.
Nothing.
Not too dangerous for Queen 10.
Check behind, come on.
When you have aces here, is this an annoying flop because you're like, either I'm losing or he has nothing?
Yep, you could check. Mark could hit the jack, 10, queen, 8, a lot of hands, a lot of cards, but nothing, no action. So, Joe, did you play in the cube?
I did. I played one exhibition match against Marc-Andre, and I came very, very close to beating him.
You did.
At the beginning of the match, we were dead even in chips.
You were.
But you lost.
I did lose, yes, but I was close.
True. But it doesn't matter if you lose. Who cares?
No, I didn't care. To be fair, now I'm not going to say this this card should be a little troublesome for Marc-Andre. Yep, as he bets it.
He's going to lose some of this lead here for sure.
Raz will raise. For how much? 22,000. Come on.
So Anatoly, explain to me why my instinct is wrong here, which is to always just call here, not thinking that anyone will ever pay off a raise with a hand that I'm beating.
But what? You beat everything.
Faraz did just call.
Whoa, Nate.
Because it's like, if they don't have a 9, they're folding, and if they do, you're...
No, he could pay you. Why not?
You could pay with Queen 10?
Why not? If you have the best hand.
That's why I think, I mean, that's why I will always be, at best, like a slightly below average poker player. I don't have that killer instinct that you have, that you have a positive attitude, and you're like, no, of course I can get paid. I have the best hand here. I'm like, oh, he probably has a 9, I call.
I don't think that Mark would bluff here with the blocker. That's the reason to raise, like. We didn't see any huge bluff.
No, we have not.
No, they played the equity, the GDO, all the things.
I think there was one really big bluff that we saw. I think it may have been Phil Galfon who made it. But to be fair, it's all running together now as usual anyway. These two, a statistical dead heat to be a winner at Showdown. Pair and straight outs for La Douceur. And he gets the best hand to fold with tons of equity, however. Anatoly, thanks for being in here with us, by the way, buddy.
You're awesome.
Helping out
You're
with
welcome.
the analysis.
See you tomorrow.
I'm going to know all about your game by tomorrow and be like, well, here's what Anatoly's thinking. He spent some time in the
You
booth.
have to check out my YouTube, watch all my streams.
That's right. Between now and tomorrow, I got a podcast in the morning, and Eric Danis is going to be the guest on that podcast. EPT Not Live.
We don't spend enough time together. We're coming in early together. We might as well not leave.
Speaking of which, I just want to make sure you know what time we're getting going with you.
It's not enough for you that you spend like 10 hours together or more?
You know, I just really needed a guest, and I knew Eric would be up anyway, so.
Yeah.
All right, so Skype interview with Eric Danis is going to be at 16:50 UK time, which is 10:50, 8:50.
Working out.
-8, I think.
Working out.
It is -8.
Skype interview.
So
Breakfast.
8:50, Eric. You going to be here at 8:50?
I will be here with the cleaning person.
Why do you say that? Are you actually coming in with the cleaning person?
Correct.
Why? Because they can't get in otherwise?
But I'm also in early.
I liked it when Alex's wife was the cleaning person.
Hey.
That was fun.
She was great, actually.
Vacuuming around my feet and stuff. Just kidding, Alex. Haha. And this day suddenly got a lot shorter for me. Good night, everybody.
So far as hits the second pair. Hit check behind. Maybe it's time to bluff, Mark. 9 high flush draw, come on. Check. No, bluff.
So much check. Anatoly hates it. He hates all this passive play.
When I played, I said, I'm sorry for checking. Actually, it's a good spot to make half of the pot for Mark. Like 6K. But no.
Yeah.
Marc-Andre working the Jaka. Faraz down to 25 big blinds.
hand number 23. So I have 2 hands to win the piragi, right?
That's right. I'll get them for you. You're going to be in Prague, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe.
Can't miss Prague. Bring your girlfriend. Are you engaged or just have a girlfriend?
Oh.
What a question. Not yet, not yet. Not engaged yet.
How long you been together?
More than 1 year, so 1.5, something like that.
Getting serious.
I have to.
I mean,
why are you laughing?
To be fair, Joe, I was with my fiance 7 days before I asked her to marry me, so just saying.
Is that really what it was, a week?
Yeah, about 8 days, I believe. She said yes.
Does she know about your history?
8-day Dennis.
Does she know that she got Cyrano de Bergerac a little bit?
Hey!
It's okay, we'll talk about it on the podcast tomorrow.
That's right. You know, Joe, I don't want to put any pressure on Anatoly, but Jason Mercier did ask Natasha Barber to marry him at a WSOP final table. I think right here in the cube, Anatoly, would be a great time for you to
Yeah, but
pop
my
the
girlfriend,
question.
she's in Moscow now.
We'll get her in.
And I don't mind to get the final table on the WSOP.
That'll be good?
That's okay.
Sounds good.
There was one time in the EPT, this guy, you know, we do the features sometimes, and this guy talked about how if he won, he was going to propose to his girlfriend.
Such a terrible thing to say.
And then, yeah, because I swear to God, he was tanking. He was just like throwing the game on purpose. Like he got to like 3-handed, and he's like, all in. Yeah, I'm all in. 6'5". It's like, this dude just doesn't want to get married. Oh, sorry, baby, second place. Guess we're not getting married. GG. Unlucky.
Next time.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get there again. I'm happy with the way I played.
Let me win one.
Nope.
Pair good?
Yup.
It is.
Kicker good. Blinds up, 1,500, 3,000. You know who I miss? Is Mikhail. His wife. I miss her.
Lera?
Yeah, I wish she was around more.
Okay.
She's a nice girl.
Actually, I have to miss the other guys too because right now they're in the studio in Moscow. Right?
Doing this?
Doing EPT.
Doing EPT. Yeah, they don't come on the road anymore, I don't think. Yeah, I miss those guys, Mikhail and Ilya. Great guys. Jaw. Big jaw. That's what Ilya calls me.
Why big?
I don't know.
You didn't work out 2 years ago, I guess.
No. That was an ironic big.
Uh-oh.
What just happened?
Jack, come on.
Frost.
Hit the nuts, the check. Trapping.
Do you make all your meals in a blender? Or?
You can make a mean minestrone in a Vitamix, Joe. It actually heats up.
And Marc-Andre wins yet another pot. We're at 2,000, 4,000 now. Faraz down to 14 big blinds. It's looking pretty good for Montreal to survive and for this match to go all 7 games.
52.
Hand number 26. Mr. Filatov.
Yeah, I know. Pierogi.
You can afford it, right? Your bankroll
Sure.
can withstand a plate of
Yeah.
pierogi.
Welcome to Moscow. My
Just come
girlfriend cooking.
collect. Does she have a sister?
What? Yeah, she does. Actually.
Okay. Now we're really talking. And Ladusor has been running pretty good in this match. DJing on Twitch asks, when playing LA? LA is up next. At most, there'll be this game and another one.
And then the LA Sao Paulo will kick things off. Olivier Bousquet and Darren Elias, pair of WPT champions.
So Eric, Montreal, San Francisco,
48.
best of 7 games.
Yeah, 43 right now.
Sunset, Sao Paulo, best of 7 games. And what is the final match? Same, best of 7 games?
Correct.
Okay.
Did you want me to say best of 11 or
No, no, I didn't.
best of 7?
High Roller Radio tweets in to say, let's go Montreal Nationals and Marc-Andre F. Dog.
Things are looking good right now for the Nats.
Well, they're looking not terrible.
Right.
It's looking like survival. Frost is going to scoop that small pot, though.
And we didn't see like a coolers, big hands like pair against ace queen or something. Maybe it's time. Limp pot and Jaga hit the third pair, but
you don't love it, huh?
You don't love it. Second bullet, come on.
Much like the last girl that broke up with me, you love it, but you're not in love with it.
Oh.
What was her name?
Wait.
Jenna. My last girlfriend's name was actually Masha.
Masha. From Russia?
She was born in Moscow. All right, Faraz picks up another pot as blinds go up again.
Uh-oh.
Lady Kings versus a suited ace.
That could be it.
You got 60-ish.
55 right now.
Very likely to be 110 after this hand.
Now, I guess a6 looks so good this spot.
You as well.
Oh man, a 6 and 2 spades on the flop.
Due to win one of those.
Is this gonna go brick? No, it doesn't. Ladusur catches the 6. Montreal stays alive. We are going 7 games.
First round.
Wow. The first game, 3.
So there is a lot to talk about here, Eric Danis. Just to recap the day, San Francisco Rush started off 2-0, and then it's been two wins for the Nationals after that.
And 1-1 after that.
1-1 after that, which means that we are going to the tiebreaker, to the sudden death. Whoever loses this match is out. Whoever wins is moving on. And the next thing that we need to discuss is, who do we think will be playing in this game number 7?
Yeah, that's important to note, is that the roster is reset once again, so anyone can play in this one. Coming into this match, guys, I really do think that Pascal Lefrançois would have been the selection for the Montreal Nationals. Marc-Andre has trusted him to play heads up all year. Him and Jason Lavallee have played so well. The only issue is that Lefrançois is penalized and would only start with 100K in chips. Is that enough to scratch him from that Game 7? And maybe it's time for Timex or Marc-Andre to step right back in there. So that'd be interesting. What would you do, sir?
I guess Timex.
Okay.
He begrudgingly puts in Timex.
Yeah.
Ugh, I guess if I
Timex.
have to, I'll put in Timex. I mean, that's a hell of an endorsement, by the way. If Pascal still plays,
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
if you're
sort of
like,
baller, right?
they'd be like, look, we'll be fine starting off. By the way, we say that as a penalty for missing his first match that he's going to start with 30K less chips. However, they'll still be starting with the same number of chips, both
Correct.
teams. They just won't have an advantage anymore.
Right. If it's Pascal, yeah.
Right. And so, I mean, you said 7 to 10% was just like the number
Maybe
you made
more.
off your head, but you're a coach. You would, how can I word this question?
So it means like if you play 100 heads ups, usually if you have an edge like 2%, you win like 52 games.
Right.
And if you have this advantage, you can win like 58 or something.
Right. And I think that, to be perfectly honest, all the players on the Montreal Nationals are good enough that there's probably no one that's worth taking that
that risk. Yeah.
that risk over.
On the flip side, Joe, what's interesting is that Jonathan Jaffe was selected as the heads-up specialist for this team. He played Game 1, he played Game 4, but Phil Galfon's 2-0. So again, Faraz Jaka, a lot to talk about with his teammates here. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Do you go with the hot hand and Galfon?
Who has to pick first? It has to be the Rush who pick first.
That's right. So yeah, San Francisco goes first. To be really honest, at this point, I don't think it matters who the opposition is. I think their picks are going to be whoever they feel is the best player to play this game, because win and you're in, and lose, well, you get to go to the Vidara for the rest of the night and go home.
Timex Jaffe is my prediction for this game. I would like to see this match.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be Timex Galfond. I think Galfond's on the hot streak right now. I think that.
And Galfond just beat Timex as well, so.
But if they pick first, so they took Galfond,
right,
and Mark could play by himself.
Right.
So we just had the official announcement come in. Anatoly Filatov correctly predicted that it's going to be Mike Timex McDonald versus Jonathan Jaffe. That's who will be playing in the 7th and sudden death match here in the first ever playoffs for the Americas Conference here in Season 1 of the GPL.
How's that for drama, right? Good.
I think it should be, the stakes are high here, and obviously one team is facing elimination, or both teams are facing elimination. One team will be eliminated. I still think this has the potential to be a fun match. I don't see Jonathan Jaffe being the kind of guy who reins in his personality at all in a pressure situation like this. If anything, I think he's capable of ramping it up. And Timex is a guy who can be quiet and who can sort of be in his own head a little bit, but he also can go with the flow. And I think that if Jonathan decides to make this a fun match, I think that Timex will come along for the ride.
You agree?
I do.
Yeah, could be a good one.
This is a game between eye-peeling guy and the Dolphin coach, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, Laser Eyes versus Dolphin coach in the cube next. Yeah.
I wonder if if the Rush end up winning this whole thing, will Jonathan donate his share of the winnings towards some sort of
dolphin habitat,
right? Or to just maybe to invest in like a new whistle.
Oh,
or a bucket of kelp. I don't know what kind of fish dolphins eat at this point. We'll leave that to the experts. Anatoly, care to make a prediction on?
I don't want to make a prediction. I like how Jaffe plays, but Timex is always good and he has an advantage. But no prediction for me, just observing.
Hey, let's take a look at what's happening here tomorrow. Oh, there it is. Wow, look at that little guy over there. Over here. Yeah. Hi. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, it's counterintuitive.
The Wolverines, it's the Royals. Game 1, we'll see Anatoly Filatov against Liv Bory in a battle of the managers. Igor Yarshevsky, Andrei Padachuk, also part of the Moscow roster. And on the other side, Igor Kurganov and Justin Bonomo. What a lineup. Should be an exciting first match tomorrow.
That's tomorrow, but before we get to that, we got to wrap things up here at the Americas Conference. We do have a whole other match after this one, but for right now, it's Game 7 of 7. One team will be going home and one team will be moving on. Let's kick it on down to the cube.
Players, please enter the cube.
nervous already.
Pumped. Man, you guys have been sharing that all day.
Oh, yeah.
It's the lucky water bottle.
I've got to bring the adrenaline down. It's like a pre-football game, but it doesn't do anything positive. I'm in the chill.
Nuts.
Yeah, this made its way to the nuts rather quickly.
But no bluff. 2K, come on. That's a good bet.
I think he went for what, the 1/4 pop button?
He could fold. But actually it doesn't matter, they're too deep. The first levels, when you hit the nuts, your opponent has nothing. You can't win anything.
And number 1 goes to the San Francisco Rush.
The bluff got through.
Let's go.
LFG.
What is that?
I'm not allowed to say the F part, but let's and go.
Oh.
We're bridging some gaps here culturally.
Oil in my finger, or because the knuckle doesn't seem to be doing it?
I have no idea, to be honest. Yep, I have no idea.
I'll try again, see if the knuckle does it. Yeah, never mind. Not an oil issue, I don't think.
Loser goes home and Jonathan Jaffe playing with his knuckles.
You can't say he doesn't have style. I mean, you could say it, but you'd be wrong.
I feel like you're gonna overbet.
Do it, overbet. Make him look like a jerk.
500.
No overbet.
You were, but then I said it, so you changed it.
Timex is smiling. He's trying
Squee.
not to do that.
Nobody improves on the river. Well, technically they both improve. I hate that.
That's a check, I guess.
Can't bet top pair here? Get a little thin?
The bet kicker, the 5 is not a blank, so there's no reason.
Anatoly, correct. Mike
You
McDonald.
actually did talk me down in sizing a little bit. I was going to go 64, and then I went 56. Got the cheaper card.
Do you know that I played
Maybe I
the
can
most
away from
significant hand against Timex?
Did you?
Yeah, I busted him in high roller tournament in Macau 2014 with 7 high.
You
I
called
played
it.
enough.
You called down with 7 high, or you
No.
all went in pre-flop and 7 high was the best hand?
We
Gambling on this one.
jammed on the
Too scared.
flop.
I don't believe it.
I think Pass wanted
I
to
had
come.
6
He's
high.
got,
That's what I was asking, but at the end, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. They were heading out of the room.
Did you both have straight draws or something?
I had the gut shot.
Oh, here we go. It comes full circle to the Filatov gut shot.
I played bad, but I won.
That's the important part. That's the lesson here.
Yeah, I know.
How did Mike react?
He was okay.
Pair 9 still the best hand.
4 hours ago, these two started this match. Jaffe defeating Timex early. 4 hours later, it's for all the marbles, Joe.
Well, sort of. It's more like for none of the marbles.
Right.
Because whoever loses gets nothing, and whoever wins moves on.
And maybe gets nothing too.
That's right.
Also, maybe gets nothing. We're saving our marbles for Thursday. Marble Day. I think I've decided to root for whichever team is going to have the best post-win party.
Why do you look at me?
Well, you looked at us.
I'm half Russian. I don't drink alcohol, but if you think about vodka and other stuff.
What's the other half?
I mean, the French Canadians are...
They're pretty good.
Yeah. Although, if Jungle Man comes to town, you never know what happens there. Bill Perkins, maybe the Bears. We'll see.
2014. Stay down.
The Rays went through, right?
Yeah, the Rays went through.
Was this the Guangdong Millions?
That was in Macau, yeah.
I think I was doing commentary on this.
Maybe.
I only went to Macau once, and I think that was the one I went for.
Was it during the
That
World
was
Series?
the million Hong Kong buy-in, right? 1 million?
At the same time as the World Series of Poker?
No.
No?
No? Okay. More pair versus draw action.
Yeah.
Natrahado Poker on Twitch says it has to be the Brazilians, you fools. You're probably right about that. I just don't know those guys that well, so it's going to be hard for me to worm my way into their celebration.
I don't know. How do they? Dancing?
Yeah.
Capoeira, what?
Yeah. Capoeira, sure. Little Brazilian barbecue, huh? Some meats on sticks.
Yeah.
Mine has a super strong hand, the nuts and the flush draws. So.
Man, how much do you love your life when you're in this spot?
Did you flop the nuts?
Oh!
You have to tell the other person if you did.
He rivered them.
Come on, Mike, bet here. Jaffe will not fire the river.
Roll it helped me out here. When I mentioned a straight draw on the flop, technically there was a straight draw.
Right.
I just neglected to mention that he already had a straight.
I just missed the action. What was the pre-flop? Eric?
I'm sorry, what?
What was the pre-flop?
I was researching Brazilian parties.
Ask me on the next hand what the pre-flop action is. I'll tell you.
Brazilian barbecue, okay.
Yeah.
It's a check fold. Come on, Mike, bet 8K.
Hero Value helps us out and says Jaffe 3-bet pre-flop.
Too
58,000
much.
chips in the middle.
Too much.
I mean, I feel like you could just never call this. When you ask the guy, did you flop the nuts? And then you call here with one pair and you see he did flop the nuts. You're just like, I'm dumb.
Yeah.
The flush draw is busted, but this bluff catch is so bad. It's still so bad.
Oh, no. Oh.
Yes.
Closer.
Exactly.
2 of them.
I love this kid.
Oh, there he goes.
Can I see your stack? No big chips. Mannequin challenge. It was close to a break there.
I think Timex's life is
He's
a mannequin
smiling.
challenge.
Come on,
Oh,
he's
got the
smiling.
nice smirk, yeah. He blinked. He blinked for the first time in 2 minutes. Anatoly, is this a show? It's a full show, right? There's no way he's doing anything here. That's a fold? It's an automatic fold, right?
I guess it's fold most of the times, but maybe he will think about bluff catching here, but it's not a good idea when you're so deep, in my opinion. But
I just don't think you let up when you're bottom of your range. Even though you did versus Raza 1.
Mike McDonald is pretty balanced in general.
you know, players, they're not bluffing that often.
Yeah.
That you can do in like in cash games. Here.
You still have king 6 suited, right?
It's pretty thin if you're putting a guy in one hand.
Ace 6 suited, king 6 suited, king 7, ace 7, what else?
Nice hand.
No.
I was thinking, holy shit, how does he know I have the nuts?
Don't.
So he called?
Yeah, he called.
Yikes! Such a big call, it took me a second to register it. San Francisco Rush. Down to 27 big blinds. Mike McDonald's dad just tweeted at me, "You busy?" Yes, Mr. McDonald, just a little bit.
Is it Rick?
Yeah. He wants me to call him Rick, but it's not how I was
No,
raised.
I was just asking. I was remembering his first names. I know that Jason Mercier's father also Rick.
Robert Leeson says, quite the punt after the soul read. Seven, 8, 9, 10, Jack.
You got it.
They both have it though. Man.
$6K.
Yeah, bet, snap call, chop it up. Next hand. You play that trash?
And this is hand number 9.
Yeah.
That's right, hero value. Everyone loves a.
I guess it's time to start limping for Jeffy, but he's still raising.
What does that mean? It's time to start limping. Explain.
They're not that deep. It's like 25 bigs if you raise a3 and...
So you just want to be seeing flops for as cheap as possible?
Yeah, Mike jammed, you have to fold, but that's a good hand to play. And actually he will defend pretty wide too, so if you lose some spots, it's not a good deal because you don't flop pretty good with a3. That's a good card.
Certainly going to keep Jaffe in this hand.
Wow, they just check. Mike, I guess Mike doesn't need to bluff here. He could win this with queen high.
Jonathan going for some value. Overbets the pot.
That's a good bet.
What's he repping here as far as bluffs go? Like smaller busted spades?
He's repping the bluff. Any bluff. He checked to the river, but I don't think he would check the jack on the flop. So he can't represent the jack.
So I was told, Eric, to tease the fact that some of the viewers at home may have a chance next season to participate even more than writing into the Twitch chat.
Good tease.
Is that a good tease?
Yeah.
I don't want to overpromise, but...
Yeah, stay tuned. Details from season 2 will be coming out shortly, so stay tuned.
What do you mean shortly? Do you mean like before we're done with broadcasting?
No,
Or like
we need
within
to
the next few weeks?
Early 2017. How about
Okay.
that? Let's do that.
I guess Mike could bet more often on the flops and limp pots because Jaffe couldn't bluff a lot. It's too expensive for him. So, but Mike decided to play safe as he did before. It's still good too. Push it. No.
And yet another chop pot.
I can't say it.
No, we're not doing it.
I was sent a letter from Mr. James Hardick.
So Mike is limping now. Jaffe check.
This time it is a straight draw, not an actual straight.
Yeah, but this is not a good flop for Mike. So this kind of boards with a lot of draws, a lot of small cards. I mean, like you could just surrender here or check it, try and make the bet on the turn, on a blank turn, but he decided to take the pot on the flop. It doesn't work. Now he could check the turn easily.
Mine's 1,200, 2,400. Jonathan, not really playing like somebody who's got a 25 big blind stack. He's still raising.
Yeah, but if Mike start to 3-bet light, that could be a huge problem for Jaffe. Oh.
There it is.
Even if you want to call with King 4 suited here, you understand that this is the last game. And if you make the wrong decision, that could be it. That's a lot of pressure.
Not only will you disappoint yourself, but your team, probably members of your family, distant relatives. No, I mean, the poker community, your fans, members of the clergy, your local government, second grade teacher. The list goes on.
Yeah.
Guy that bags your groceries, your butcher, your former pediatrician.
Oh.
Good job at Timex.
Yeah, McDonald chipping away, 14 big blinds, ace on ace. This could be it, kids.
No idea what that's for. I think it's a delayed.
Those are the like, it's on, baby.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Hey, Mike McDonald comes from the University of Waterloo. Graduated from Waterloo. Others who graduated from Waterloo at the same time, Mike Watson, Schwanloo, Nanan Medic. Do you know Nanan Medic? That was probably before your time, young man.
Maybe I saw it on some broadcast.
Yeah, Nanan Medic, a former WPT champion. The Warriors, Joe. The Waterloo Warriors.
Oh, wow. That could have gone a lot better. Nice check. Thanks.
Good check. Nothing? I said thanks when you complimented me. Canadians are polite. I'm actually half Canadian. It's the side that doesn't show up.
Mike will check call, I guess. And check fold the turn, but the turn is a deuce. Mike could check fold this river, I guess.
Oh boy, being counterfeited. Huzzah.
But I don't think that Jeffy will bluff.
Nah.
No.
He's gonna hydrate. It's important.
Another good check.
Thanks.
We can see here the Montreal Nationals heads up points for the season. Again, I think Pascal Lafrancois would have been the team selection had he had the chip advantage, but change here.
Look.
As we have it all in.
Ooh.
Good enough?
Good game.
Not over.
Why don't I get it? That's bullshit.
Jaffe with the bluff.
Now he's limping.
And on the flip side, guys, a total no-brainer for the San Francisco Rush. Jaffe with 33 heads-up points. Closest to him was Anton Wig, who was not able to make the final, 21 points, and then Faraz Jaka. So obviously an easy selection here for Faraz Jaka in the final match of this, final game of this match. Here we go.
Does that hash mark mean Tony Gregg didn't play heads-up matches?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not a 0.
No. Exclusively a 6-max specialist in this GPL season.
Jaffe drawing dead to an outright win. Mike McDonald wins another. Mike should be able to play this one pretty aggressively.
Oh, they both flop something. Jeff is in trouble.
Yeah, it's hard to make a pair.
Remember, I can have an ace here.
Not as good as Mike's.
Just putting it out there. There's a 2 on the turn.
Mike could have bet this turn.
Well, he hasn't not bet it yet.
Like 9K.
Pretty dang close to 9K, 8,800. What do you do? 16 big blinds, second pair.
You have to fold. This is the kind of spot that you don't want to
Not
fold.
one of those magic images.
Right.
I stay a short Jew no matter how long you look at me.
We're allowed to laugh at that, right?
Good fold.
I think if he says it, it's cool.
Okay. Good fold indeed. Mike McDonald, big pair.
We got
10K.
the limp game going.
No.
John Paul the Great suggesting Jaffe put on his rally cap.
Ah.
Limp back. Fold.
Good fold.
Got the pump fake in there.
1 card, and then I thought better of it. It's too late.
Come on, Mike. It's time to shove.
Hey, Mikey, you gotta limp your jack.
Oh, Jack 4 is a bad hand to shove, I guess.
Unless
Jaffe has 9-3 off.
blinds now 2,500, 5,000, under 10 big blinds for Jonathan Jaffe and the San Francisco Rush. Their entire season on the line.
Tough decision.
No, just making it look like one.
That's a tough decision.
Et toi?
Mike is tanking.
No, I'm also just making it look
Drama.
I think we're going to see a similar move.
Says 46,380, but do I have a
Yes, you
big
have 50.
blind?
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
51.
Yeah.
Similar move from Jonathan on this hand. If he gets the chance to, he does not. Mike just folds.
You got to call it? All right.
Did. Dodged it.
3-3.
There's Dorian with that shot. Good job. He stays on the floor, Joe. He's not allowed up.
Seems pretty good than having to stand the whole time, but whatever.
Now we're waiting when they get face cards or something like that.
Waiting for the cooler. Four highs, not the one.
I thought you were calling there.
Oh, no, I was checking the cards.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, shit. I had a clear shove, but I wasn't too excited
The
about
snap call wasn't, yeah,
Yeah, that was a weird crackling that had that hand.
understandable.
Jaffe tried to set a trap. Doesn't work.
Oh, I thought that was you checking.
Oh,
Well, here's the one.
hand number
You
27.
can throw your knuckle and bet instead of
We're gonna flip
Come on, check.
for the first round of this playoffs. San Francisco Rush on the chopping block.
Bon chance.
Good luck.
Oh, that's a swing flop.
Decent flop for King Queen. 9's still okay for now.
Ooh.
Wow, counterfeit outs now too. King Queen whiffs. Jaffe doubles up, and this is now a game.
Yeah, you almost even stacks
Golf
here.
on nines.
Wow. Facing elimination a second ago, and if it all goes in here,
6K big blind.
he'll be right back where he started statistically. Are these stacks a little too big to get it in, or no? Is this
No, that will be an all-in and call.
yeah, Jaffe just put a little over 10% of his stack in. Mike's obviously 3-betting 10s.
Maybe he will 3-bet. I'm not sure. Jamming is okay.
There he goes.
There's the 3-bet all in.
Oh, quick call.
3 hearts on the flop.
7.
Pretty tough for 6s to catch.
There's 2.
I think you might have had
It is not over. Joe.
It is not over. One big blind remains. Now, I did invent a phrase back in 2009, Eric. It goes,
Looked like I might have accidentally folded my.
all it takes is a chip and a chair.
Ah, yes.
And what that means is
Be awful.
that as long as you still are in the tournament, you have a chance. And you can flop 2 pair and double up from 1 big blind to 2 big blinds. This could be the greatest comeback we've ever seen in one whole season here in the GPL.
Very good. You win 161,000 now?
Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
It's a reckless wager. But
It really was. There was so little to win, and you
Yeah.
just went for it.
3 big blinds.
never made money.
Oh, man, what a terrible hand.
But you have to play. No,
Oh,
you
he folds. Yeah, that's it.
don't. Good.
We don't play by your rules.
You know that you're behind, but you still have to play. $12K now.
Please have a calling hand. Please have a calling hand.
Lots of people on Twitch pointing out, by the way, that Jaffe does not have a chair, but he does have top pair.
Even more reckless wager this time. Put it all on the line trying to win your 15K.
That's it. Guaranteed double up for Jaffe.
8 high like a boss.
Canadians, man.
Come on, let's do it one more time.
One more time, and I think Jonathan's in the chip lead. No, not quite. So they're pretty dang close after that. Man, that's a lot of double ups when you're down to 1 big blind, isn't it? You're going to need a lot.
Yeah. 9-7 suited.
Wow.
No, that's a call.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's a 9 on the flop.
Great call.
Jack on the turn. What is happening?
4.
Here comes the
Goonies never say die, and neither does Jonathan Jaffe.
got a sweat. Yeah.
First GPL playoffs.
They're rigging it over there,
I'm
having to go
thinking,
back
yeah.
and forth. Yeah.
That's insane.
How did they get this on ESPN?
Come on.
In an epic 9-hour heads-up battle, Mike McDonald and Jonathan Jaffe.
How much you have this one?
It says 7160, so there's a big blind too, right?
Yeah.
No, that's not good.
Not the hand you want to get a walk with.
Oh.
I think the Montreal Nationals on Twitch said it best. Gross. Jaffe's limped. Looks like Mike is going to raise 15,000.
Nope, still need something.
John folds.
This is so close.
Yeah.
10 bigs, like, it's kind of lottery.
Watery?
What?
Did you say it's kind of watery?
No, lottery.
Lottery.
Good luck.
I'll take it.
Jack on the flop.
Jack and a 6. Woo.
9 of hearts.
That's a sweat.
Oh, wow. Sweaty as all get out. No, it's a brick on the river.
Finally.
Quite the fight from Jonathan Jaffe, but eventually Mike McDonald and the Montreal Nationals, they were number 1 coming into the playoffs, and they have won the first round of the playoffs. Took all 7 games. There are the Nationals.
Hey, Sarah. Yeah, if you're Pascal Lafrancois now, you're like, okay, let's get to the second round. That team's going to have a little dinner, come back in a few hours, and suddenly that team's looking good. The number 1 team in the league survives. Kind of sloppy, kind of weird, kind of dirty, but they made it work.
And Pascal, his punishment is over at this point,
over,
right?
yeah, he's
no
had
more of
enough.
this. And so, by the way, so the Montreal Nationals bring 260,000 chips to the next round.
That's right.
And if they're up against, let's say, our
Sao Paulo, then Sao Paulo would bring 220. So
excellent, yeah. So what a match, guys! 7 whole games went down to the
insane.
wire, multiple double ups at the end. Eric, now I know that's sort of. I would say that most of the teams in the GPL are pretty evenly matched, even though we did have the number 1 Montreal versus the number 1 San Francisco Rush today.
Yeah.
Do you think that given that it was like technically the first place versus the last place of the teams that made the playoffs, do you think that it's respectable that San Francisco took it the full 7 games, or was that likely to happen regardless?
yeah, no, boy, that's a tough question, Joe. But I mean, if you have a lineup that includes Faraz Jakov, Phil Galfond, and Jonathan Jaffe, I don't think that should be the worst team in the league. So it's really close. I think Anatoly and his team are going to go through that tomorrow when they have to face Liv Bory, Igor Kurganov, and Justin Bonomo, who was a 4th-round pick in this league. So all teams, as we saw at the draft and as Anatoly can attest to, they're all good. And at this point, when it's only 3 of the 6 players, it's hard to find a favorite or an underdog.
Anatoly, you think you learned anything today for potentially the fact that you have to face the
everything
Montreal
could
Nationals?
happen. That's what I see.
Yeah.
That's right. Anything could happen. Anything did happen. Number 1 coming into today, and they are moving on to the next round of the playoffs. Right now, the Montreal Nationals are on the floor with Sarah. Sorry, we're gonna get Sarah's mic. Hang on one second there, Sarah.
Just
There we go.
There we go. Here we go. All right. Now, you guys, we're not gonna let this happen in an easy one. You had to give us a little bit of a sweat. I'm sure it was much more of a sweat for you guys. Now, first of all, I just wanted to ask you. You know, you ultimately decided to put Pascal in, even though he was going to be at a chip disadvantage. A lot of people weren't sure if that was the right choice, but he did win. So talk us through that decision.
Well, to be honest, we didn't have a choice but to put Pascal at some point. So Timex replaced him in the first match, and Pas had to play anywhere between match 4 and 6. We chose not to put him game 7 because of the chip advantage. So actually, we thought Timex could pull it through, and he did well, yeah.
Well, this was definitely this last game. There was a lot of spots where it could have gone. I was surprised. I was just surprised. Tell me a little. Come close. Yeah. Come in here with the mic now. Just tell me a little bit about what this whole thing. This was your first day in the Cube, so tell me about what it was like for you.
Yeah, I guess most of the players have had experience playing in the Cube. I didn't really. I was actually kind of nervous the first game. Like I could feel. It might have been being a little bit cold in here as well, but I could feel myself almost shaking a little bit. Kind of got the hang of it as the day went on. Got into more of a rhythm, and then kind of started winning my all-ins, which is pretty important.
8 high like a boss. Now, I wanted to ask you also, just standing. You guys were standing for the whole matches, which is something, unique. It's different. I'm sure it feels different. Did that make a difference at all for you?
I actually bought a standing desk a couple months ago, so I'm just used to just standing 6 or 7 hours a day. So I'm, I feel like that worked to my advantage when most poker players are very used to sitting down, and I'm probably more used to standing up.
He's ready for it, of course. And then finally, Pascal, I wanted to ask you, of course, you had a difficult morning getting here. You've been through a lot. You looked haggard, I'm going to be honest. When you got here, you were looking pretty haggard, but you did manage to pull off a win. So tell me a little bit about how you were able to kind of overcome the tough spot getting in this morning.
Honestly, I got here and I wasn't I really tried to have my focus ready for game one. It was a horrible day before that win. For me so far, so it felt really good. I felt coming in the Cube that I own my team win, and I'm glad I pulled it through, and I'm gonna help my team to win the next one.
Yeah, no pressure. Well, not too many cocktails tonight. I hope we'll see you guys back here on Thursday for the championship. Back to you guys.
There's an in-between day. How are they not gonna have cocktails?
2-day hangovers. We're 30 now. We're old. Is it on me still? Yeah. Hey! Just kidding. Guess we're still celebrating.
And we're back. Wonderful. Congratulations to the Montreal Nationals. They are moving on.
A quick note, they're not coming back Thursday. They're
Correct.
coming back
tonight.
in 4 hours. Yeah.
Tonight, 4, maybe less. Hopefully.
Yeah, let's hope less. Yes.
Who knows? So yes, we are not even remotely close to done here today, guys, on the GPL Season 1 playoffs. That is just the first of 3 heats we've got today. Coming up next, we've got the number 2 and number 3 teams, the LA Sunset versus the Sao Paulo Metropolitans. They are up next.
Yeah, and really close in chips when it comes to this bonus, Joe. LA for finishing second start with 120K in chips, Sao Paulo 110. So very, very short difference compared to the 30,000 chip difference in this first match. This match only 10,000 chip difference, so it should be about 7-8 hours. Kidding.
Wait, how many hours?
12 hours for this one, I think. I'm kidding.
I
think this will be shorter. I really do think it'll be shorter.
Well, it certainly can't go more matches than the first one did, right? It certainly can't go more games, than the first match went. By the way, that's the first time I screwed that up.
Yeah,
today.
you're doing great. Yes.
Really a great run.
You're doing great.
Unfortunately, when you go 5 hours without putting food in a person's body, they tend to lose mental focus a little bit. So I'm going to get a little bit of a snack, I think. I was just told we're going to take a break, but I wasn't told how long it's for. Aha, we are taking a... Yeah, do you not agree with that?
I'm not aware, yes.
We're taking a 20-minute break before we come back with the second half of our playoff coverage here on the GPL. I win!
3 calls in 2 seconds.
Kings for London! They covered the stomach!
Not a good feeling.
sitting down, drinking, you're eating, you're getting massages. The cube's very intense. It's hot. You're staring down your opponent, who happens to be one of the biggest poker pros out there, and you're hearing Braveheart-esque like soundtrack in your ears, the noise canceling headphones, but you're just hearing the soundtrack mixed with loud heartbeats. And so it's a little nerve-wracking. It's great. When there's, you know, an audience cheering you on, you wanna make them proud. I feel good about today. Yeah, 2 out of 3 is not bad. I mean, we both wanted this third one very bad. It looked like it was going in his favor than in mine, and then it started falling apart towards the end, but you know, it came through. Thank you. I didn't let him win. He just slaughtered me, outplayed me. The pressure's on.
You're gonna ruin my series, man. I'm here for the World Series.
Oh, man.
Like for 1 month. You know, if I lose
I'm gonna be in your
3-0,
corner.
no, I'm okay. You can take last one. I'm okay.
Okay,
At
yeah,
least-
you sure?
Yeah, that's fine.
You heard him.
Either way, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm happy I met you. I'm happy I played with you. Either way, I'm fine. But at least I won one. You know, 3 points. Give me 3
You got
points.
3 points. That's good. That's really good.
Now I need to fight for my team too.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck.
Because if he banks that 3 seconds, then
I think it goes.
it's not so bad.
Queen 10 against 6s here. Grill on grill.
Yeah,
Pretty nice
that's
spot from
fine.
Rio there. Not much Kitty can do.
Kitty flopped a full house and is out.
Difficult words.
Good luck, Chris.
Bonne chance.
No! He's got his pin.
Anton, dominated.
We can chop it up. Come
Chop.
There's
on.
going to be a few chops here.
Chop it up.
Problemo.
Am I greedy?
Just hit a 6. That's a good card for Chris.
I'm
Very
very
good.
choppable. Now I'm greedy. Red 6. Oh, that's a
That was pretty close.
Pretty snug lay down there by Andre. Correct. Was dominating.
No, usually Russians don't run very good against me. It's just a fact. Scandy is though, and fucking weird players like Elky.
Weird. Can we just get that quote? Scandies and weird players like LT.
Got hit on the hold. One.
Safe flop for Randy.
No king or 9. No king or 9, but a 7 or 3 will chop it now.
No, it won't.
Oh yeah, yes.